This is the point that when we talk about the weaponization of economy. Combining the EU and the CPTPP will create a much stronger and a bigger market that is comparable to the American market or even the Chinese ones. The America first means, is it the American interest first or American technology first or something else? So
because we're looking at a very kind of highly contested security environment in the Indo-Pacific.
So I think we need to have not just the strategic autonomy, but the strategic integration of the defense capability and defense industrial cooperation.
What does the experience of watching, for example, the Ukraine conflict or the trade war with the United States?
It's really hard to tell, and this is why we put this panel session. Who is controlling the heart of the AI is the key question. I think there will be a competition continues, and there will be the major centers of the AI development, the United States and China, not just focusing on the bilateral, two big giants fighting each other, but how other countries respond to it.
Minasama, 本日は Geoeconomics Summit 2025 The Changing Dynamics of Statecraft にご参加いただきまして誠にありがとうございます。本日の司会を務めます櫻井沙織と申します。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。Thank you very much for being with us today at the Geoeconomics Summit 2025 The Changing Dynamics of Statecraft event. I'm Saori Sakurai, and I'll be your MC for today. It's an honor to be here with you all. まずはじめに、地経学研究所所長、鈴木和人より開会のご挨拶を申し上げます。本セッションは英語でのセッションとなります。通訳をご希望のお客様は、受付にご用意しております同時通訳レシーバーをご利用ください。それではご登壇ください。To begin, Professor Kazuto Suzuki, Director of the Institute of Geoeconomics, will be giving the opening remarks. Transcript will also be displayed on the screen. Director Suzuki, if you would please take the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Usually the Japanese meetings, the opening statement of those Japanese conference start with an apology, and I have to apologize to open this conference at the same time that the third game of the World Series is taking place. One of the consolation is that Otani is not pitching today, so I think this is a few consolation, but still, I know that many of you may be more enthusiastic about the baseball games. So I am very happy to have this Geoeconomics Summit and having very wonderful guests from all over the world. And this is the second Geoeconomics Summit. We are that Institute of Geoeconomics is holding since last year. This is getting more interesting from the last year. Today, Mr. Trump and Mr. Takaichi are going to meet for the first time in person, and this is the first time in the second administration to visit Tokyo and Asia. And it is the very pivotal moment for the international order and international geoeconomics because of the, yesterday we had Mr. Akazawa to talk about the details of the agreement on tariff and investment. And he insisted that this is the change of the international order, and Japan needs to understand it and to get the grips of it. It is important to have this deepened understanding of the current international order and how states can behave in the new world trade order and the world order as such. And I think this is a very interesting moment that Japan has a new administration which are focusing very much on the strengthening the Japanese defense and the strengthening the Japanese state capabilities for the economy and the military. And I think this new administration is well aware of the new situation in the world, and I think this is the very important important time to send a message for from Japan to the world and to the administration that we are living in a different world than we used to know. And I think this is a very interesting time to hold this conference to discuss about what is really the world order today and how we get along with it. And to do so, we have a fantastic guest and panelist, and I think you've seen me speaking of all the descriptions of the different panels. Just to remind you that this opening remarks, as well as the keynote speech and the first panel until the fireside chat in the afternoon, will be open to public. So it will be broadcasted through the internet and YouTube. But the panels in the afternoons will be closed to the public, so it will be more intimate situation to discuss further for much details of the agenda. So I hope that this conference will bring you a lot of insights and to have the opportunity to give you an opportunity to discuss further about the current geoeconomic order. And doing so, we are very delighted to have the Dr. Ken Weinstein as the keynote speaker, who is the Japan chair of the Hudson Institute. And probably many of you in Japan knows him very well, that he has been a good friend of Japan and also very well known in terms of the intellectuals and academic in the United States who is moving and shaking the current administration. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Ken Weinstein.
Good morning, and thank you. Mr. Suzuki, I'm deeply honored to be here with the Institute of Geoeconomics and at your summit. It's extraordinary to see the growth in size and influence of your organization over the last few years, and I really applaud you. Now, I have to say, when President Trump nominated me to be ambassador to Japan back in March of 2020, I always imagined that I would be, that the next time that Donald Trump would be in Japan, I would be standing in front of a large audience with cameras. Of course, I didn't think he would be standing next to George Glass at the time, who's doing a phenomenal job as ambassador. But in all seriousness, this is really an auspicious time for this conference, and I will try to share my thoughts as rapidly as possible on the changing dynamics of Statecraft. Now, when I originally accepted to speak here, I imagined I was going to end up speaking about trade and the change in the global trading order, and we can have some questions when I'm on with Professor Jimbo shortly in the Q&A. But we have seen some truly extraordinary developments in the Middle East and in Europe that lead me to shift my focus this morning. Needless to say, nowhere does the term the changing dynamics of tradecraft apply more appropriately than to Donald Trump in both style and substance. Trump, of course, elected in 2016 and 2024 through his rejection of traditional statecraft, his rejection of the policy of U.S. elites who, in his mind, failed on trade, failed on foreign policy, and failed in terms of having the U.S. bear a disproportionate cost for maintaining the global order. Now, Trump himself is not a policy person, and this, I think, leads to massive confusion as to both the style and the substance of what he seeks to achieve. His background is, of course, in New York real estate with an admixture of time in reality television. He looks at policy people like those of us around the room with some disdain, as he believes, and I don't think he's altogether wrong, that we lack a kind of creativity and ambition to really focus on intractable problems. And moreover, Trump not only looks down on policy people, he also tends himself to think out loud when doing policy, and thinks out loud especially on social media, and sees this thinking out loud process as part of the way he negotiates around policy, where he views both leverage as absolutely key, as he did in his real estate career, and he thinks there's a need to open the policy aperture in some ways. And so, and I think for Donald Trump, the changing dynamics of statecraft, which is not, those are not terms he uses, he doesn't believe in abstractions. For him, the idea is to have goals that really change what is possible in the geostrategic world. And in the first term, we saw this with very bold ambitions that Trump would oftentimes synthesize almost opposing ideas. And so on North Korea, he, of course, talked about fire and fury, but then also talked about the possibility of beachfront condominiums in North Korea, of economic development, of turning North Korea into some kind of a paradise if North Korea would denuclearize. Iran, in the first term, he talked about maximum pressure on Iran, but he sought a new Iran deal that would end the nuclear program and the missile program and the regional activities. And with China, of course, it was maximum tariffs to end intellectual property theft, which Trump came to understand as the engine of China 2025, and the threat of China dominating areas of emerging technologies. Now, the second term, Trump's positions have been somewhat different. He entered this term with, I think, more modest foreign policy ambitions. He often relied on the themes of the restrainers, of those who would reduce America's role around the world, and particularly in areas such as Ukraine. He talked about needing to end the war in the Middle East, talked about no more forever wars, and it seemed as if Trump was more open to significant negotiations in key areas than he was into an activist policy agenda. But Donald Trump himself is not a restrainer. Some people in his administration certainly are, but he can't restrain himself from getting involved in international affairs, whether it's Cambodia or Thailand, whether it be the ads that the government of Ontario puts on television, attacking the Trump tariffs, whether it be the NFL draft. Trump is simply not a restrainer. But my sense is that Donald Trump acts like a restrainer in order to get allies and partners to step up and to realize that it is at the end of the day their job to take care of their security. It is no longer America's responsibility to defend others. And if you look at the Middle East and the developments in the Middle East over the last few months, I think you see exactly what Donald Trump is getting at. And again, all of this is a moving target because Trump thinks out loud as he does policy. He does not enter, he has strategic objectives, but he doesn't enter with a clear strategy because he's an instinctive politician, but his instincts are very strong and frankly, quite on target, I believe. You look at the Middle East. So after the October 7th horrific attack on Israel, we saw Israel launch a 7-front war against Hamas, against Hezbollah, against Iran, against Iranian proxies in Iraq, in Yemen, Lebanon, Syria. We, in an amazingly successful set of military campaigns that succeeded in ways that no one really would have believed at the outset of the war, the elimination of Hezbollah as a force against Israel, the decapitation of Hamas, and direct strikes at the Iranian nuclear program. Now, what's fascinating about Donald Trump is the reaction on the opening night, June 12th, of Israel's attack on Iran. Secretary of State Rubio, a devoted friend of the State of Israel, tweeted out that America's most important interest in the aftermath of the opening of the attack was to protect American soldiers on the ground in the Middle East. But as that war continued and it was clear that Israel was winning, the United States, of course, became involved. And on June 24th, the United States launched, or June 23rd, launched a decisive strike on June 24th on the Fordo nuclear reactor using the B-2 bomber, and the rest is, of course, history. And here is a case where we see a U.S. ally taking critical action, opening the door so that the U.S. could finish things off. And what that has done, the use of force by the United States there and against the Houthis, standing with Israel against Hamas in the Trump administration, really has led to an unprecedented moment in the Middle East where the United States is once again the dominant power for the first time really since, in an extraordinary way, since the 1970s, according to historian Michael Oren. We saw of course, we saw the 20-point peace plan for Gaza that the administration launched. We saw the return of the hostages to Israel, and all of this was a result of deep diplomacy by the United States, led by the president, led by Jared Kushner, led by Steve Witkoff, combined with a clear sense of deterrence that the United States meant it when we talked about using force. The result has been that we were able to get the Turks and the Qataris, our somewhat truculent allies, to deliver a message to Hamas that holding on to the hostages are not a source of strength for you, that they're an albatross. And instead, we are now talking about reconstruction in Gaza, the Israelis pulling back from the territory that they held. We're talking now about reconstruction in Gaza. And we're also talking about expanding the Abraham Accords, which was, of course, Trump's brilliance in the first term that frankly merited him the Nobel Prize. And so as and now we're going to go to two different sections in Gaza, likely one that will remain under Hamas and a section that will remain, that will be certainly freer. We'll have food, electricity, a civil administration, a place where Hamas is not going to steal the food, blackmail the citizens, and there'll be de-radicalization. In the next section, we can go into the Q&A and discuss what will happen in Hamas. But we've also seen similarly extraordinary developments in Europe. There was all this talk at the beginning of the Trump administration that the U.S. might pull out of NATO, which I never believed for a second. But the president, again, acted like a restrainer with regard to Ukraine, sent clear signals to both the Ukrainians and to our allies by doing almost as little as possible for Ukraine, that it was time for Europe to step up and do more. And this strategy worked as well, as we saw in the German elections, when the fear, with Friedrich Merz's election in Germany and the creation of a new government, we saw the constitutional debt brake on deficit spending for defense removed. We saw a massive decision to put a lot more money into defense, both for Germany and for Ukraine. We've also now seen that Merz has stepped up. We've seen now a deep partnership between Germany and the United States, the exact opposite of what we had in the first term, when Angela Merkel refused to step up on defense, refused to step up on trade, and continued to promote Nord Stream. And so we're now at a moment in the US-German relationship of deep cooperation, and we're also at a moment of deep cooperation with regard to NATO. Secretary General Rutte, who was formerly the Dutch Prime Minister, worked with the President to come up with the so-called 5 for 5 plan at the Hague NATO summit, in which the European allies agreed to spend 5% of GDP on defense and related spending by 2035 in exchange for a strong guarantee on Article 5 by the United States. And so all these things bode well and show that when you are an ally and you're willing to step up, Donald Trump is willing to be there with you if you take the burden off of the United States. And we're now seeing that he's trying to do more with regard to Ukraine, obviously now sanctioning Russian oil and gas, talking about unprecedented security guarantees for Ukraine in exchange for some territorial concessions, which, but all of this is a synthesis, and Trump is increasingly angry with Vladimir Putin, it's quite clear. So where does this leave Japan? And let me just note that it was, of course, Shinzo Abe who wrote the textbook on how to deal with Donald Trump. It was the third week of the Trump administration that Prime Minister Abe went to Mar-a-Lago, met with the president, and the United States signed on to the free and open Indo-Pacific strategy, which was unprecedented in U.S. history, that we took a rather obscure, and it wasn't called the strategy here in Japan, a rather obscure concept, and made it our central strategic concept now for 2 U.S. presidents. That, of course, led to the revitalization of the Quad, the deepening of cooperation here in the Indo-Pacific on both military and development questions, and as, of course, in part as a challenge to the China Belt and Road strategy and to Xi Jinping. And so I think now we're at a critical moment once again. We have Prime Minister Takaichi has come to office. She has unprecedented popularity levels we're seeing in the public opinion polls. She put together an all-star cabinet. She's gotten Komeito out of the coalition, which ends the brakes that Komeito had on defense-related and constitutional questions as well. And some of her ideas are quite bold, creating a new intelligence agency here and the like. And so I think during the Trump Takaichi summit here in Tokyo, I think there's an unprecedented opportunity for the Prime Minister to deepen her personal relationship with the President, to show through a mix of bold ideas and also some charm that she could enter into Trump's inner circle and be one of these leaders who helps guide him and does so by Japan taking on much more significant responsibility in the national security space, which she's shown she's willing to do by accelerating the pace of defense spending. And I think the United States and Japan need to really think boldly and creatively about how to face the China challenge. And here I'd recommend a few steps that our 2 countries should work together to create some kind of a charter for energy security in the Indo-Pacific that would involve U.S. LNG, U.S. and Japan cooperation on SMRs, creating downstream facilities for Alaska LNG and the Alaska pipeline is very important for Donald Trump, and it's wonderful that both Toyota Gas and JERA have signed on initially in terms of interest to this project, and I hope it gets built. Working on next generation LNG tankers that can be semi-autonomous, more carbon neutral and the like, that we can work together on extending Shinzo Abe's idea of data-free flow with trust to include data centers that could be built throughout the Indo-Pacific, relying on US, Japanese technology, Korean technology, Taiwanese technology, US LNG, SMRs, and the like. And I think that the more that we do together, the better it will be for both countries. The challenge, the MAGA base was not happy that the United States, in its mind, was bearing such a severe cost for the international order and for Ukraine, and even in some cases it was felt for Israel. But when others step up, it becomes much easier for the United States to return to its role of global leader, and it's a role that Donald Trump relishes, wants to be a part of, but he needs friends and allies and wants friends and allies to be his partners, people who can take the kind of outside-the-box approach he has to policy and put it into effect. So let me leave it at that, and I look forward to my buddy Ken Jimbo up here and doing some Q&A. Thank you very much.
Now we would move on to a dialogue between Dr. Kenneth R. Weinstein and Dr. Ken Jimbo, Executive Managing Director of the International House of Japan and President of the Asia-Pacific Initiative. Dr. Weinstein, if you could please move to the stage right, and Dr. Jimbo, please take the stage.
Okay, good morning once again, and Ken, thank you very much for your thought-provoking lecture. And I think you've given the panoramic view of how Trump 2.0 may reshape the strategic landscape from Ukraine to the Middle East, and of course in the Indo-Pacific, where many of those tectonic shifts ultimately seem to starting to converge together. And today's session has already been told that coincide with an extraordinary moment, which is President Trump's visit to Tokyo and his first summit with Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi. And as we speak, two leaders are sitting down just across the town. And it's also a defining moment for Prime Minister Takaichi because their chemistry, tone, and first gesture will send early signal about what President Trump expects from allies, especially from Japan, and how Japan's new leadership intends to define its role in the changing world. So in this fire chat conversation, I'd like to take your remark a step further to interpret this moment as it unfolds and to draw out what it might mean not only for geopolitics, but also for the business community, because there are so many private sector people sitting down here. So let me begin with a broad picture that you have already described about the things unfold in Iran, Gaza, and also Ukraine, and finally to the Indo-Pacific. So I think from your vantage point, how does this administration reorder its global hierarchy of the priorities and across Ukraine, Middle East, and Indo-Pacific? Because you mentioned about the restrainer, but there has been the notion of the prioritizer who thinks that the Indo-Pacific as a priority theater as opposed to other regions. But also, it has been reported in the process of releasing of the National Defense Strategy of the United States, there seems to be more focus being spent upon the homeland defense, Western hemispheric focus on how the United States tried to see the prioritization and what is what is spending more resources on. And how do you see those kind of debates, and what will be the implication to the allies?
Great question. Look, first of all, I think Donald Trump doesn't think in these terms. He is not an abstract policy thinker. He doesn't, he doesn't spend his weekends reading, policy books. It's just not the kind of leader he is. As I said, he's instinctive. He has a gut sense of where he wants things to go, and so. I don't know where the national defense strategy is going to end up, look, clearly the rumors are that it is focused on the hemisphere, and we certainly see that. I did not talk about Venezuela, but the both shutting down the southern border and now the attempt to interdict and stop the flow of illegal drugs and other smuggling into the United States from Venezuela, and to take on the key Chinese and Russian and Iranian ally in the hemisphere is, I don't think you would have necessarily predicted that from the beginning of the second Trump administration. And so the president, in my mind, is opportunistic when it comes to leveraging American power and leveraging it with allies. And so when he sees opportunities, he goes for it. And he is the decider in the administration. It is, we saw he reversed the decision to stop the flow of weapons to Ukraine from the Pentagon. He has spoken about U.S. About NATO engagement in the Indo-Pacific. There are things that he believes in that people in his administration would not necessarily have championed, and I think that they quite understand that. So, I would guess I put the priorities as following: Homeland is number one. That is the top priority of making sure that our border is secure, but that also includes ending the flow of fentanyl into the United States. So that I would say that the China challenge is number two. The China challenge as it affects the U.S. domestically in terms of trade, manufacturing, intellectual property theft, ending the flow of fentanyl, certainly. Then I would say that as of now, the Middle East is number three. It's in part because the president's desire to promote peace has led him really to focus on the situation in Gaza, and I think in a remarkably creative way. And I guess lastly would be Europe. But those priorities can shift depending on where the opportunities lie for the president. So.
Great. And President Donald Trump has mentioned that he has already solved the 8 international conflicts in the world. And one of them were probably the Thai-Cambodia border conflict, where Trump also attended the signing ceremony of the ceasefire, which is remarkable, especially for the Southeast Asia to attract those kind of issue as a tool to engage, President Trump to come to Southeast Asia to engage them. So I thought it was a very clever movement. But you also mentioned about, the White House, President Trump's decision to make a decision on the attacking Iran, and also utilizing those kind of coercive diplomacy to make those Israeli-Gaza conflict to an end. So seemingly there has been an effective tool to use those coercive measures and the diplomatic tool to realize what he believes to be engaging those conflicts, to realize that he will become a peacemaker in every front. And I wonder how these approaches will apply to specific Indo-Pacific problems, especially over Taiwan and also the Korean Peninsula.
Look, I'd say this. I think it's, again, the president doesn't think in terms of these abstract concepts. He does not think of coercive diplomacy. These are not terms he employs. But I think he understands that that deterrence is absolutely critical to global security and America's standing, that he does not believe that soft power is everything, though clearly going to ASEAN and that peace treaty signing clearly is a sign of strong U.S. soft power and engagement in Southeast Asia. So I would say that that being said, I am very confident that the president understands that should there be either a crisis over the Scarborough Shoal or over Taiwan, that American strength is necessary. This is not something that can be negotiated away, but it is not something that the president would want. He would rather deter action than not. And the first Trump term, the president's talked about it, so I feel free to talk about it, where he did a video conference with Vladimir Putin, which I heard about at the time, and he told Putin, you go into Ukraine, we know where you live, we know you think you have protection over your residences, we know exactly where you are, we can penetrate those residences. And I think it was striking that Putin did not go into Ukraine, he went into Georgia under Bush, went into Ukraine, Crimea under Obama, and then went into Ukraine under Biden. And I think so I think Trump will be very careful as to the signals he sends privately, which can be much more blunt than those he sends publicly. And so he did talk during the campaign about the madman hypothesis, that he would often do that because it would get the attention of world leaders, whether it was Kim Jong-un or others. And I wouldn't be surprised if he would use that as a means of leverage rather than a show of military force. But as we all know from Clausewitz, it's both national power and the willingness to use that power that that are critical. And so, period.
Great. So I think one thing that many of experts and leaders here are puzzled about managing the alliance, and I'll come back to this Takaichi-Trump issue later. But one way that where previous Biden administration tried to address is like a formational approach to how to create the allies and partnership architecture in this region, so that alliance is always at the core, but you will extend those minilateral engagement with other partners, Korea, Australia, India, Singapore, to be networked together. So we know the direction of what seems to be in the formation of the allies and friends. Now the Trump, you mentioned about Trump is behaving like a restrainer in order probably to tactically create a new accord in the alliance, where alliance will commit more to its own defense in autonomy, but at the same time that you need to have a connected deterrence posture by integrating its capability with the allies. So if the strategic competition with China and dealing with North Korea as a main agenda, we have a very clear picture where to spend those resources upon. But if actually the strategic deal is on the other hand, to try to create the situation where such kind of strategic competition is not only the story that we are looking at in the future course of dealing with China and even with North Korea. How should allies try to, react on those kind of different potential trends that the current White House is now?
Yeah, look, I'd say first of all, I think the president. And first, let me just go to, it's not the answer to your question, but he has been very engaged in speaking to leaders in this region. The fact that he went to the ASEAN summit, the fact he speaks regularly to, he has an excellent relationship with President Marcos in the Philippines. In the first term, he deeply valued getting his national security advisor together with the South Korean and Japanese national security advisors regularly every few months, even at a time when there was, when President Moon was president and there was no possibility of deep trilateral cooperation. There were some very thorny moments, obviously, and he would speak in the first term behind closed doors of the U.S., Japan, South Korea trilateral alliance. So he values these things. He values the connection with the leaders and trying to move things forward, including with Malaysia, it should be noted. First of all, so he doesn't think of it, I don't think, as lattices, but he understands that we need to be there and to be, and to be more present. And with regard to China, look, the president strategy with regard to China, it's clear that we are in a serious geoeconomic competition, and we had hoped that tariffs would put a real pressure on the Chinese economy, and then they came back at us with these, with the rare earths, the limitation of sales of rare earths to us, and there's going to be a back and forth. The president understands that he needs to have a decent relationship with Xi Jinping, even if he doesn't trust him. And I can assure you the president remembers COVID, remembers the deception around it, but he understands that, and he has a way of speaking about autocrats. He doesn't necessarily want to criticize them because he knows they're extremely sensitive to criticism, but he will, he oftentimes tries to talk more gently about them than he does about Democratic allies, and I also think that's misunderstood. He wants to give them a face-saving message, I believe, on a number of things to encourage further discussion. But I don't, on North Korea, there are rumors there might be a meeting with Kim Jong-un. I don't know, now that North Korea has this relationship with Russia, I don't know what we can give the North Koreans aside from some credibility on the world stage that would get them to move anywhere near denuclearization. So it's going to be a challenge. But I think as the South Koreans step up, as Japan steps up, and as Taiwan steps up, that's what the president wants.
Great. So this naturally goes to the question of the Takaichi-Trump summit. It's about to take place. And I know that you've been receiving a lot of interviews from the Japanese media over the past few days. But if Ms. Takaichi is here to ask you about advice of what kind of approach that she needs to take to President Trump, what would you say to her?
Well, I'd say, first of all, Donald Trump, when he meets with people, I think he sizes them up, how confident they are, how creative they are in these meetings, how they can go back and forth with him on things. And so I would say, walk in, be bold, be friendly, listen, thank Trump for, all that he's done for Japan. Obviously, talk about Trump's beloved friend Shinzo Abe. Talk about, I know that Takaichi was devastated on July 8th, 2022, as so many of us were, as President Trump and Melania were. And then I would get into the business of saying, this is what we're doing, and speeding up the 2% spending, creating an intelligence agency, stepping up on cyber, stepping up on information security, but we really need to go beyond that. And I would come up with some big, bold ideas the president hasn't heard and offer them to him, but I'd make sure that you listen. And the great, Friedrich Merz, Mark Rutte, and Shinzo Abe had this ability to listen to what Trump said, and then to offer him concrete policy ideas that drew on Trump's instincts. And if she is able to do that, this will be a very successful relationship.
Great. And seems to be the defense and trade are two pillars of the talk that we're going to have. And on the defense, there's a lot of reports that the United States might request a specific target of the spending, where NATO has already committed on the 5%, 3.5 plus 1.5, and equivalent kind of quota will also be probably potentially requested to Japan. At the same time, there has been a lot of defense-related those investment, including how to deal with defense industrial bases, shipbuilding measures, emerging technology investment. What do you expect that there will be any kinds of new kind of dynamics in U.S.-Japan alliance on this regard?
Look, I think we're at a time where there will be much more co-development, co-production of defense equipment. I wouldn't be shocked if the United States were even to order equipment from Japan. because we are facing certainly an inability to meet our own weaponry needs right now, our own equipment needs. And I think, one of the things the president's talked about also is the notion of a kind of a mutual defense treaty where Japan would, as Trump said in the first term, rather than the Japanese sitting at home watching the U.S. being attacked on their Sony TVs, I think he mentioned that the Japanese he wants Japan to have some obligations towards the United States. I think that's altogether appropriate in this new world we're in. It would be great to have Japanese troops based in Guam, Hawaii, elsewhere, and so I think it's these kinds of creative moments that say that the 80 years since the war are over. The end of Komeito LDP opens the door to all sorts of things, and obviously Takaichi needs to be very sensitive not to kind of cross certain lines that might affect her popularity, but these things need to be explored and can be done. On the 3.5% of GDP, I think that as long as Japan is really moving forward and doing things seriously, I don't know that the president, he may raise it, he probably won't in this first meeting, because I think he wants to be polite and develop a relationship as well. But I do think it's a natural outgrowth of Japan becoming a defense exporter, of Japan assuming its own defense responsibilities, and certainly the 1.5% on defense-related infrastructure and the like. Japan is probably, the Coast Guard, probably damn close to achieving it right now. So I think the Japanese need to, and this is 2035 we're talking about, not 2026. So it's, I think the Japanese have a kind of fear of this number. There's no need. The challenge here is the demographic challenge, which is deep, which is scary. The loss of almost 1 million people in population last year. That's something Japan really needs to focus on as well, because it's critical to a nation's overall economic strength, its military strength, its ability to project power, and the like.
Right, and time is rapidly passing. We are come to nearly the closing of the session, but I do like to ask about the broader Indo-Pacific question. The Shinzo Abe delivered his official Indo-Pacific policy back in 2016, and Ms. Takaichi mentioned in Kuala Lumpur, next year marks the 10 years anniversary of the Indo-Pacific policy, and that has to be renewed and updated to become a much more vibrant policy that Japan, together with the allies, can deliver. And you at the Hudson also, deliver own policy report in the Indo-Pacific. And across those lines of what should be the priorities and philosophy along lines of how to promote the Indo-Pacific, what do you think this concept, as of today, should really deliver the new challenges in this region, and what could be the renewed approach of the Indo-Pacific should look like?
Look, I mean, I look at AI and emerging technologies. I look at the massive energy needs of the region. I look at a region that is, with the exception of Japan and South Korea, by and large is growing in population. And I also look at autonomous vehicles. I look at all sorts of emerging technologies that will really transform lives, transform national security, transform economic development, and so I think we really need to look at the future and reshape the Indo-Pacific strategy to offer something that brings the countries of Southeast Asia into the kind of U.S.-Japan economic zone in some ways, and so that's part of the reason why I suggested the notion of an energy security charter, extending data-free flow with trust to the to data centers, and I think SMRs, small modular nuclear reactors, really have the ability to transform the region, as you know, as long as we make sure that they're not Russian, they're not Chinese, that we can really help promote massive economic development in the region that will create greater ties with the West, will create greater prosperity, the kinds of things that Shinzo Abe believed in, greater resilience as well. And I think these are the things we really need to look towards as we move forward. And it's, look, the United States has made, the Trump administration has made a decision to cut back the development, the U.S. Agency for International Development, but there's a lot of economic engagement that can be done with the region at a corporate level that could be quite good and quite useful for the region as well.
Great. So it's my final question. As we envisage the next generation Indo-Pacific strategy, I think it is the combination, because the region always wants stable U.S. commitment as a residential power in this region. But at the same time, there has been the United States appetite that there should be a more regional autonomy to deal with their own problem by themselves. And something that I took note carefully about Secretary of Defense, Secretary of War, Hex's speech in the Shangri-La Dialogue, that he mentioned that his role in this administration is to create the decision space for the president and maximize it. And I think that's also been true for how the alliance may have to work, because who squeeze the decision space to the president may be the adversary like China and North Korea, but also the allies who may not be spending money on the defense will ask the United States to come at the early stage of conflict, which is not really the case that the allies should be managing. So it really comes to the case that how much of the autonomy that we can achieve together with regional partners like Korea and Australia. So my final question to you is that how much of those strategic autonomy that the United States expect the allies and friends to achieve in coming years, and what would be the remaining role of the United States?
That's really an excellent question. And I think, look, we've seen, obviously France has talked ludicrously about strategic autonomy for some time, whereas we looked at Israel, I cited Israel as the example of the seven-front war. Israel has really achieved some semblance of strategic autonomy from the United States, and has felt it had to, because it felt that it had some American administrations which were less than friendly to it. And so I would say the kind of strategic autonomy we want in the Indo-Pacific would be for our partners and allies in particular to be able to add to deterrence against China, to add to deepening the alliance structure here, to lessen the burdens on the United States, certainly, and you know, by doing more with within the alliance, we get to do less, which is a very good thing for the United States and for the region. You folks are here. I mean, we're part of the Indo-Pacific, obviously, with Hawaii, Guam, and the like, but we are not a frontline state necessarily. You know, with Alaska notwithstanding, Hawaii notwithstanding, but you got, you know, and so it is, the more the decisions are pushed to the front line, as long as they are deterrent-oriented and realistic about the challenges in the region, the more strategic autonomy I think we value. We don't value, you know, the strategic autonomy, say, of a President Moon or of nations trying to undermine our alliance structure or our policies to take advantage of things. And I think that's the sense that the president felt about Angela Merkel in Germany, that she was building Nord Stream, and he used to complain, you're sending billions of rubles to the Russians, you're dealing with the Chinese, and so I think the strategic autonomy we want are strategically capable allied nations who understand how to deter, how to act, and that itself will play a huge role in deterring Russia. Look, we're seeing it now in Europe. You've got the Danes spending huge amounts of money on Arctic security. You've got the Germans likely to incorporate significant levels of Ukrainian technology into their defense supply chain. You've seen the Brits now taking defense much more seriously, the Norwegians, the addition to NATO certainly, of Sweden and Finland. These are all very good steps, and I think we want that, and steps the president himself supports. The Finnish president is one of the president's best, as I understood, is one of the president's best interlocutors on the world stage. And so I would encourage the region to do the same here.
Well, thank you very much, Ken. And this concludes today's Fireside session for session 1. And please join me by thanking Ken for his excellent contribution to start this symposium. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kenneth R. Weinstein and Dr. Ken Jimbo. Next on the agenda is the morning fireside chat. Joining us on stage will be Ms. Wendy Cutler, Senior Vice President of the Asia Society Policy Institute, and Dr. Kazuto Suzuki, Director of the Institute of Geoeconomics. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Right, so good morning, everyone, again. I am very delighted to have Miss Wendy Cutler here. She's, of course, well known as a trade representative of United States, and she has been a very tough negotiator for Japan, and also she has been involved in a lot of other free trade issues, including the negotiation of TPP. And probably, some of the people who might be in this room who had a lengthy discussion with Wendy about, how to manage the trade issues between Japan and the United States. But this is especially an interesting time that, Mr. Trump is in Tokyo, and he's about to meet, I think he's going to meet in a few minutes' time with Prime Minister Takaichi. And especially the major issues of the discussion is about the implementation of the agreement in September, where Mr. Trump and it's Trump administration and the Ishiba administration has concluded in September. And yesterday, we had fortune to have Mr. Akazawa, who was the chief negotiator, and also he is currently the minister for METI, the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. And he has been, we have discussed various issues, including the memorandum of understanding on the investment. So there are a lot of issues to talk about with you, but just generally speaking, how do you see the current order? I mean, let's start with a question about this agreement between Japan and the United States on tariff and investment. What's your take? I mean, there are a lot of discussions saying that in the opposition party saying this is an unfair agreement. It is, the all the, the profits goes to 90% profit goes to the United States, only 10% remain to Japan, or it is the president of the United States who make the decision on which programs to be invested. So there are a number of issues that being discussed in Japan, and Mr. Akazawa himself saying, there is a screening process of the project, which is starting from the consultation committee, and then those who screened from the consultation committee, which is Japan, United States representative discussing half and half, and then the investment committee, and then finally the president make decisions. So he said it's not fair. It's a sort of a proper screening process. How do you see these balance of the ways in which that the United States and Japan engaged in this agreement? So just give us your thoughts about trade, the tariff and investment agreements.
Well, first, thank you very much for inviting me to join your conference. It looks like an excellent program, and it's extremely timely. I'm staying at the Okura Hotel and could barely make it here because a lot of traffic. So here's the deal. So, you mentioned that, some people in Japan viewed me as a tough negotiator. And I have to say, when I look at the agreement that was reached between the US and Japan by the Trump administration, my conclusion is I wasn't tough enough. Because, there are a lot of provisions in there that, frankly, surprised me, including Japan agreeing to a 15% tariff on automotive and considering that to be a breakthrough, and that, being the major benefit of this agreement. But I do get it, there's a lot of pressure on Japan and our other trading partners. Our president is unpredictable and has shown that he's willing to impose and reimpose and escalate tariffs. And so I understand that many of our partners felt that working with this administration and doing the type of deals that the administration was seeking was the best option. When it comes to the memorandum of understanding on the investment fund, you're right. I mean, when you first start reading it, it sounds okay, right? The US and Japan are going to sit down and, and agree on projects. But then as you continue reading, it does sound more like the US at the end of the day is going to decide which projects. And if Japan doesn't like it, I think they have 45 days to express their concerns, but then the US can decide to do what it wants to do. My friends in Korea say that once they read that memorandum of understanding, that they concluded that there was no way that they could agree to anything similar. But I understand, I think for Japan, it was all about getting the automotive tariff down. And so if this was the exchange and, given the good relationship between Akazawa-san and Lutnick, maybe there is, work, they can work cooperatively together on identifying projects. And I would hope, or I would assume that today, there will be some discussion, at least of some initial projects that can be launched under the investment fund. And I think the more it looks cooperative, then the early provisions can kick in and dominate, and the latter provisions can maybe just be cast aside.
Right, so, well, Mr. Akazawa gave us some assurance that, because he remained in the Takaichi government, so that he and his relationship with Mr. Lutnick is going to be some sort of a guarantee that if there is something wrong and something that is not in favor of Japan, then he will be able to talk to the US administration, and then, we can fix the problem. Do you think that, given as, Ken also said that unpredictability and, Trump doesn't think in abstract term, but he's also, responding to the gut feelings. Do you think that, this Lutnick-Akazawa hotlines will be some sort of a guarantee for the implementation of the of the tariff and the investment agreements?
Look, the personal relationships are extremely important in these types of negotiations and implementation of agreements. But at the end of the day, national interests do prevail. And so no matter how close and how much trust you have developed, you know, it only goes so far. But I think it is extremely important. And frankly, I think for our president, the announcement of the big number, $550 billion, is what he's more focused on than the actual projects. So a lot will fall to Secretary Lutnick. And I'm hopeful that he, you know, given that he has a good relationship with Akazawa-san, that they can, you know, move together in a joint fashion and we can jointly identify projects. Because if we can't, there's so many other important things we need to be working with Japan on, and it would be a shame if this type of, you know, any type of dispute under this investment fund would somehow derail or dominate, you know, or lead to tension in the relationship. I don't think that's in our mutual interest.
Right. Well, exactly. I think I fully agree with that, and I think, you know, Mr. Takaichi and Mr. Trump will discuss that as well. I mean, there are a lot of things, including, you know, as both Ken discussed about the security issues, as well as the, you know, well, traditionally called the burden sharing, but now it's more about you know, strategic autonomy. I think it is also very interesting to see the bilateral relationship is dynamically changing, and I think this is part of our theme of this conference, the changing dynamism of the statecraft. The next question, well, which is related to the first one, but it is rather, you know, expanding this issue towards more multilateral, more global landscape. Mr. Greer, the U.S. Trade Representative, has wrote a piece in New York Times a few months ago about remaking the international trade order. And he mentioned about the Turnberry system instead of the Bretton Woods system. And his idea is to, you know, rebalance the trade relationship and not just, you know, reforming the existing free trade system, but also, you know, to try to reshape the trade system according to their national interest. So how do you see Mr. Greer's claim or this Turnberry system works? I mean, for many years, Japan was the beneficiary of the Bretton Woods system, and we have, you know, our post-World War II economic growth cannot be done without the free trade. So if this Turnberry system applies and then changes the whole shape of the international trade, what will be the consequences of those countries which are not powerful enough, like United States, but, you know, in a sort of a medium, you know, middle-sized countries, including Japan, which depends on free trade. So, what's your verdict on on this Turnberry system?
So, for me, you know, in that Greer piece, he really did a good job in identifying the increasing frustration in the United States, which was growing long before Trump took office, with the current trading system. And so I think he's identified the problem, but I'm not quite sure I agree with the fact, you know, with his claim that the Trump administration has created this new world order. I think the new world order is a work in progress. And the United States has a view, small and medium-sized countries have different views, and China has a different view, and that all will somehow need to be worked out in the coming years. But I think we can't deny that the international trading system and the challenges we're facing are so different than the challenges that we faced 10, 20, 50 years ago when the system, or 70 years ago when the system was created. And so I think it's going to be a work in progress. Interesting for me, just the other day, the United States did conclude the most detailed trade agreement with any country so far, and that is Malaysia. And that was just announced and published Sunday night when I arrived here in Tokyo. And even though I was really jet lagged, I'm reading this thing with great, great interest. And there's a lot to unpack in that agreement, and I think in many respects it's going to become a template for other agreements that the United States is seeking to conclude with other ASEAN countries, but also other additional countries as well. And it has the transactional elements. Malaysia agreed to buy more from the United States. Malaysia agreed to invest more in the United States. But what really struck me was the economic security provisions that are embedded in this agreement. And they include everything from commitments on investment screening, although it's a soft commitment where Malaysia has agreed to explore setting up its own investment screening mechanism. Malaysia has committed to work with the United States and align its export control policies with the United States. It's agreed to take measures to deal with third countries that are unduly benefiting from agreements like the US-Malaysia agreement. But it really, I think, is one of the first agreements that has a lot of this stuff in there. And I think looking at the world trading system going forward, I think these types of issues, including resilient supply chains and critical minerals, all will need to be an integral part of these pacts if they're going to be durable and relevant, frankly.
Yeah, I fully agree with your interest in agreement with Malaysia, and together I think there was another agreement with Australia with regard to the critical mineral and economic security provisions. So because Australia is a few country where the United States has the trade surplus. So I think the Australia didn't have a problem of buying a lot of.
They only got a 10% tariff.
Yes, indeed. So there were not much of the provision that the Australia has to buy a lot of Boeing, etc. But nevertheless, I think this Malaysian agreement as well as the Australian agreement, they were very much focused on the economic security and export control, investment screening. And in this afternoon, we have another fireside chat with Tarun Chauba and David Feist. So we are looking forward to it. But we are going to discuss about the economic security and export control there.
So if I can just add one point on the whole critical minerals issue, because you're right, this deal with Australia was extremely important. Prime Minister Albanese was in the US a few weeks ago. And then separate critical minerals agreements were announced with Malaysia and Thailand by the president just 2 days ago. And I think we're going to see more of these agreements. But what struck me more than anything with respect to critical minerals is that particularly Secretary Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, is now talking about and recognizing the importance of working with allies and partners. And in many ways, this critical minerals issues could be like a turning point in this administration in that they recognize you can do all these bilateral deals, you can take these unilateral measures, but if you really want to deal with that China challenge, and the previous speaker, Ken Weinstein, I think he put that as like a #2 priority for the president's agenda, we need to be working with our allies and partners. So I think China's announcement of this, sweeping extraterritorial, regulation on critical minerals, in some ways has contributed to the US recognizing, well, maybe we really need to look around and to appreciate and work closer with our allies and partners. I don't think that was their intention.
Well, I mean, there's always this sort of an unintentional consequences of this trade deal. I mean, if you put for example, the soybeans, if there is, so China has a limit on on buying the, soybeans from the United States, then the whole supply chain has changed, and Brazil, Argentina has export to China. So I think there's always a sort of an unintended consequences, and it's not easy to calculate all the consequences of what any measures that you take. So that is also a very interesting part of discussing about trades, that things, there are certain the security or the national interest matters, and also the commercial matters. I mean, the companies seeking their best options available, and trying to avoid and circumvent the all the regulations and the limits and restrictions. So there's always some sort of a different dynamics taking place. But talking about Mr. Besant, I mean, he has been meeting with he Leafin, and he had seemed to be there's agreement with China on the export control on the rare earth minerals, etc. How do you predict the Xi Jinping-Trump meeting, which will take place in a few days' time? I think there are a number of issues needs to be discussed, but the question I like to ask you is that the China has seen the U.S. vulnerabilities of this critical mineral, and the United States cannot go forward with its very position of strength because of this weakness or vulnerabilities. And I think that gives us an image that the United States are no longer in the champions of the international trade, but it has to take into account what United States can do and what United States cannot do. And probably Mr. Trump has to change his mind that you can negotiate with any country from a position of strength, and you have to make a deal with in order to mitigate such impact of the export control by China, and avoid this, to reduce the vulnerabilities. So how do you expect that this trade deal will be happening?
So, first of all, China, as far as I know, still hasn't confirmed the meeting will happen, but I think I would I'm going to really venture out there and say they're going to meet. But I think it's going to be all about just stabilizing the relationship and either unwinding or delaying the measures that each side has threatened. And I think, we've already seen in the press that there's talk that China may delay for a year the implementation of its new critical minerals regulation, and in return, the US then would put off increasing tariffs. And I think, if both of those, if that's part of the agreement, I think they'll agree to other things, including maybe soybean purchases, maybe some progress on fentanyl, and importantly for China, I think there will be some kind of outcome on export controls favorable to China. But I think, if you just take a step back, we're not really advancing this relationship. We're just trying to keep what we have right now together. And so all this talk about, we should talk about subsidies, or we should talk about, non-market economy, unfair trade practices, or excess capacity, neither side has the bandwidth to really talk about that stuff, because every time Besant gets together with the vice premier, they're talking about tariffs and critical minerals and export controls, And it's either it's, either escalating, de-escalating, escalating again. And so I think, the hope is that we can find some kind of stabilization with China and open some important channels of communication. I think that's going to be important going forward. But I'm not optimistic about negotiating these structural issues with China, and particularly given the results of the meetings in Beijing just last week. It's very clear that China is on the path of its own industrial policy, subsidization, promoting innovative industries, and the notion that in a trade agreement it's going to back off of any of that stuff, I mean, not going to happen.
Well, so I fully agree with you. I think this is a question of the sort of a damage control, the risk management kind of operation, rather than building a sort of a U.S.-China hegemonic kind of being a bigger player, collaborating together to dominate the international market. I think this is something that is that the I wouldn't say conflict, but it's a confrontation that is continue. And as long as the China continues this Made in China 2025 and onwards, the industrial policy, the technological development, the China still being as the challenger for the United States, and which threatens the U.S. leadership in a global market. So how do you see this, the future of the Chinese growth? How does it take? I mean, there used to be a sort of a prediction that in 2040 somewhere that China will surpass in terms of the size of GDP, but it seems that it's not going to happen because of the current economic downturn. But so far, it is true that the China is being more autonomous, doing everything that they can. Chinese are less dependent on the United States, and it has its own industrial dynamics and ecosystem. So how do you see the future of the Chinese economy?
Well, first, let me just say, I think China learned some important lessons from Trump's first term and the trade negotiation they had at that point, the Phase 1 agreement, which was largely a one-sided agreement. I mean, China made 90% of the concessions. Maybe the US made 10% of the concessions, but they were concessions of things we were already doing. And so following that, that encounter, China, over the years now, has taken steps to reduce its dependency on the United States. And if you look at the value or the percentage value of US exports in terms of total Chinese exports, it's on a downward trajectory. Now, more Chinese exports are going elsewhere, for sure. But also, China developed a toolbox. And, they're no longer relying on tariffs. They have lots of different laws. We've seen it with their export control law. They have an anti-sanctions law. They have, an unreliable entities list, but a lot of different ways to hit us. And then furthermore, they're developing self-sufficiency, and particularly, in the innovative industries. So, it's a very different China we're dealing with now than Trump dealt with during the first term. Now, that said, the Chinese economy is facing some important challenges, including demographic challenges, the collapsing property market, deflation, the debt of the provincial governments. I can go on. But it's misleading then to conclude that the Chinese economy is so weak, the US economy is so strong, therefore we have all the leverage. If anything we've seen over the past few months is that both sides have leverage. Both sides think they have more leverage than the other side, but both sides are finding out that maybe they don't have as much leverage as the other side. And again, that's why I think this whole objective of stabilization is the most realistic and frankly the most useful for the global economic order at this time.
So, according to your prediction, the United States, China remains to be a rival, and try to stabilize the relationship. Meanwhile, the United States try to build up its more industrial capabilities by cooperating with the allies and finding the different sources from Malaysia, Australia, and also Japan. I think one of the key issue about this memorandum of understanding on investment is that Japan is going to invest in 9 different sectors, including the semiconductor, aircraft parts, the automobile as well. So these are pretty much focused on the building up the U.S. Relative autonomy, or building industrial capabilities back in the United States. But at the same time, I think the reason why the U.S. industrial capabilities went down was largely because of the cost and the lack of the human resources, and probably the reason is that so let's get back the, let's say, shipbuilding back in the United States, but still it's really hard to find the human resources who has an experience of working in that industry. So how do you see this Trump's attempt to strengthening the alliance? That's good, but bringing back the manufacturing back in the United States, how do you see that future of that?
Well, look, that's one of his key objectives for his tariff policy, among others. But the notion that we're going to be not only seeking foreign direct investment from our trading partners, but also incentives to bring U.S. companies back, because many went overseas and never came back, and just shipped their goods back to the U.S. from their overseas places. But we're seeing a lot of FDI being announced. We're seeing a lot of U.S. companies building plants or announcing new plants. Whether all of these come to fruition, we'll see. But there clearly is a trend. But even with all of that, the U.S. does have challenges. We have workforce challenges. We have, our regulatory system is, burdensome. Trump has said he's going to deregulate, and so maybe he'll be able to relax some of the regulatory barriers that have, really extended the building of a lot of plants and all of that. But it's a work in progress. But for me, there's no doubt that if we're going to be successful, we need to be working with our allies and partners. And this is where Japan is such an incredible partner. And you name these 9 sectors, and there are other sectors as well, including energy and other sectors where, a lot of close cooperation between the U.S. and Japan, and then bringing in other countries, could really help to address a lot of these challenges that we've been discussing.
Right. So the time flies, and we're coming to the end. But I think this is one of the. Talking about the FDI in the United States, and perhaps one of the most relevant case of the FDI in the United States to Japan is the acquisition of the U.S. Steel. And there was a CFIUS process, even for the allies. And you have to go through all this hectic process of getting a license from the president. And eventually, Mr. Trump has given the license, and then with the condition of having the golden chair. Do you think that this sort of a framework needs to be changed, or I think from the Japanese point of view that scares us to invest in the United States. So how do you see? If you are in a position to change all the to facilitate the further investment from the allies, do you think that, is there any room for the reform of CFIUS or, these kind of regulations?
Probably with President Trump, because again, he wants to see much, more foreign direct investment. I think he got very frustrated watching the whole Nippon Steel saga just being dragged out. But he's clearly, as a businessman, he's looking at these investments in a very different way than bureaucrats or trade negotiators look at them. And I think he does see a role for the US government as shareholders in many different types of investments. And so I think we're probably going to see more of that and not less.
All right, so with that, we are very lucky to have Wendy Cutler here. And yes, there are lots and lots of different issues that we can talk about, but I think the world is certainly changing. Mr. Trump is actually the agent of change, of this change, for sure. And again, as I said in my opening remarks, that we need to understand this. And I think we are so fortunate to have Ms. Wendy Cutler here to explain what's going on. And I think your discussion, this discussion has deepened the understanding of what's going on and what's going to happen in the future. Well, the near future is that in the current ongoing discussion with Mr. Takaichi, but also in a few days with Mr. Shi, and probably, there will be more, dynamics happening in I think Mr. Trump is always an entertaining in terms of the, our jobs that,
Lots of breaking news.
Yeah, lots of breaking news. So keep up with it, and we'll try and inform you, and hopefully that we can have you again to discuss. And please join me in thanking Wendy for excellent discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cutler and Director Suzuki. We will now have a 10-minute break. The next event will be panel session 1, titled The EU plus CPTPP, Europe in the Age of the Indo-Pacific. We will be starting again at 10:40, so please return to your seat by then. ただいまより約10分間の休憩に入ります。休憩を挟んで、こちらの会場におきまして、パネルセッション1、EU プラス CPTPP、インド太平洋時代の欧州を行います。再開は10時40分を予定しております。お時間までに席にお戻りください。はい、あっちに持ってって、ちょっとお手洗いに行ってきます。 まもなくパネルセッション1を開始いたします。前方のお席に空きがございますので、ぜひ空いているお席に詰めておかけください。We will be starting panel session 1 shortly. There are some available seats toward the front, so please feel free to move forward and fill in any empty seats. We will now begin panel session 1 on the EU plus CPTPP, Europe in the Age of the Indo-Pacific. Transcriptions are also displayed on the screen. Joining us on stage are Director at the International Affairs Institute, Ambassador Koji Tsuruoka, Distinguished Professor at the Center for Security, Diplomacy and Strategy, Brussels School of Governance, Ambassador Michael Reiterer, Senior Fellow at the Kriegendal Institute, Mr. Jan-Hein Christoffels. And leading this session will be our moderator, Dr. Hitoshi Suzuki, Senior Research Fellow at IOG's Europe and Americas Group. Please come up to the stage.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us at the Geoeconomics Summit by the IOG. I think I would briefly start with an introduction of why this panel was sort of planned, and then that being followed by an introduction of our very distinguished panelists here today. And today's topic is the EU plus the European Union plus CPTPP, Europe in the age of the Indo-Pacific. So I think we've heard a lot about the Japan and geopolitical standoffs, United States and Japan in the sessions before us. So now here we would like to discuss some possible alliances or alignments with our partnering strategic partners. Of course, European countries, most of them are indirect allies with Japan because Japan is alliance with the United States, and then most of the European countries are alliance in the NATO, which means they are all alliance countries with the United States. So I think we would like to discuss, so what do we do in the Indo-Pacific? How are we able to cooperate in this region? Global free trade, where's this going? Rule-based international order. We dare not wish this to be something of the past. So what are the potential sort of possibilities for Europeans and the Japanese to cooperate in these issues? And I think there is huge momentum globally, so to say, and in Europe, I think especially, to expect most on Japan as a member country of the CPTPP. And then on the other hand, Japan, what does it expect? I would like to briefly introduce API strategy recommendation, which was issued shortly before IOG was launched, and API, Asia-Pacific Initiative, was merged into the think tank branch of International Japan. That is today's IOG. The recommendation on the CPTPP was that Japan should sort of uphold the very high-level rules of the CPTPP, and the unwritten conclusion is that do not let China easily in, because they would ask a lot of sort of exception rules, and that is going to hinder the very high rules agreed in the CPTPP. I think that was too much for the introduction, why this panel was sort of planned, and I think I would like to move forward to introducing our very distinguished guests. So first of all, in the middle from Europe, I'd like to introduce from Ambassador Mihail Reiterer, Professor Reiterer. Now he is visiting professor at Ritsumeikan University, so that was relatively a short journey. And we all know Reiterer Sensei as EU ambassador to Korea, and and has long focused on EU foreign policy, EU-Asia relations, with particular focus on Japan and Korea, not to mention a few. And also nowadays cyber diplomacy, economic security, human rights, and those would be some new focuses. And yes, and he is now in charge in Ritsumeikan University in lectures titled The Indo-Pacific Theater, A European Perspective, and also at the graduate school, EU and Foreign Policy in Times of Fragmentation and Contestation. And yeah, I would definitely like to take part in those courses. So yes, I would expect very much from Reiterer Sensei. So to the right hand from the audience, so Mr. Jan-Hein Christoffels from the Cliggendaal Institute, Netherlands, very closely partnered to the IOG. Jan-Hein Christoffels is senior fellow at the Cliggendaal Institute, think tank in Netherlands, and he is specialized in security and defense and Asia trade. And He has experience in the Dutch government, ministries of economy and diplomacy. I was surprised to find that Christopher-san also has studied Japanology, so specialist on Japanese language culture at Leiden University. So that's another remarkable history between Japan and the Netherlands, with a long history going back to the pre-modern Edo eras, I think I would say. So yes, thank you so much for coming from Europe. And last but not least, I think everyone in this room knows Foreign Ambassador Koji Tsuruoka Sensei. He is now Director of International Affairs Institute, and of course, he has served in the Japanese embassies in the Soviet Union, the United States, and then back in headquarters. He has led he has been directors of the first North America division and the second, so that means he's a thorough expert and diplomat on economy and also security. And of course, we all know him as chief negotiator for the TPP negotiations. So thank you so much, Tsuruoka-sensei, for joining us in this panel. And so that was, I think, introduction of our three panelists. I have asked our panelists 3 questions before we start. So the 3 questions were, how do you see the current state of Japan-EU relations, the Japan-EU EPA, Economic Partnership Agreement, and SPA, Strategic Partnership Agreement? That was question number 1. Question number 2, what are the aims and roles of Japan and the EU member states in both regions, Asian Pacific and Europe? Number 3, the EU and China are both not yet members of the CPTPP. What is the role of the CPTPP and what is expected? That was question number 3. And finally, question number 4, should the EU become a member of the CPTPP, or are 3 options of non-member cooperations between, are there options of non-member cooperations between Japan and the EU? So these 4 questions I have asked previously, and I think I would like to ask each panelist to begin with responding to these questions. And yes, and then I think we will open a free debate between the panelists. So first of all, Reiterer Sensei, would you like to start? Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And also thank you very much for including Europe and the European Union in the discussion. If I was listening, I must say the European Union seems to be comparatively a boring partner without permanent crisis, without changing policy direction every 5 minutes. I think we are a stable partner, and this is also reflected in an economic and strategic partnerships, which are more than just a free trade agreement. And I think we have continuously built on this relationship, knowing that Japan is the important strategic partner in the region and a partner with whom we share many of the values and interests. And I think interests is important because nowadays we talk less about values and we talk more about interests. And I was reminded of Lord Palmerston, who said already in the 19th century, states have no friends, but they have interests. And I think this is what we are working on, or we are pushed to working on now. Well, I just wanted to give you a few very quick pointers about the developing relationship between the European Union and Japan. Recently, a competitiveness alliance was formed to deepen cooperation in trade, economic, security, innovation, and the green and digital transition. There's also, as it was mentioned, the EU-Japan Critical Raw Materials Alliance, which was negotiated in a very cooperative manner. We also see more and more ministerial involvement. We have EU trade and economy commissioners and prosperity industrial strategies included, and on the Japanese side we have trade, industry and foreign affairs. And we're also making efforts more and more, and I think we are pushing that, to get the private sector involved, because we cannot, there's no point in making big plans if you don't get the private sector to be on board, and the private sector is on board if their interests are taken into consideration. And I think this is something we have to be aware in trade policy formation. We also have a digital partnership council. Council in EU speak means you have ministerial involvement. There's also the Japan-EU Security and Defense Partnership, which was concluded in 2024 and which is the basis for Japan to participate in security action for Europe. Well, that's a 150 billion euro financial assistance for investment in defense capabilities, where Japan now has to move in order to participate. We have a partnership on sustainable connectivity and quality infrastructure, which was a sort of joint response to the Belt and Road Initiative. We also make sure that data flows are covered, and there's an agreement on cross-border data flows. We also have a high-level economic dialogue, industrial policy. We talk about supply chains, critical products and critical technologies, research security. That's very important, and you can rely there on the political and legal situation in Europe when it comes to the security of research and research cooperation. It is also now ongoing negotiations that Japan can join as an associate member Horizon Europe, which is the multi-billion euro program to associate Japanese institutions and companies to research in Europe. And that all goes without headlines. And I would argue this is good that it goes without headlines, because that means you can rely on it. Now let me turn perhaps to this CPTPP. Well, obviously there was no European involvement in the negotiations of the CPTPP, and there is one strong indication for that. I think we would have come up with a better name than this CPTPP, which is you need to exercise in order to be able to pronounce it. But what is interesting it is that it is comprehensive and it should be progressive. And I think this is something which is of interest. Where I would see an advantage, that the European Union is joining the CPTPP. Well, but that I can argue and I can explain it to you a little bit now, wearing my hat as a professor. If I look to what is going on in Brussels, I know there's a strong interest for more cooperation between the European Union and the CPTPP. I can highlight a few of the issues, but this will be cooperation short of membership. But the diplomatic toolbox offers us enough possibilities to do that. But I think what is important that we look at this larger picture, because what would be positive for joining the CPTPP would be to strengthen the rules-based system. There would be the possibility to create, I would say, a critical mass to resist unilateralism and a policy which is might is right, as well as to form a constituency to work on WTO reform. I admit I'm biased. Wendy might remember that, but I spent 5 years of my professional career negotiating the WTO, and you have a bad feeling if you see something go down the drain, which you have invested a lot of time in it, but also we were convinced that we were doing the right thing and I'm stubborn, I still think that the WTO and the efforts to take politics out of a trade policy in the way it is done, the weaponization which we see today, that was the idea in the WTO, also to get out of clashing in having spiraling out conflicts and have a dispute settlement system. I think there was a concept behind, there was an idea behind, and I think working towards that is in the interest of most of the countries in the world. And if we talk about middle-sized countries, if we talk about developing countries, they are protected also by world trade rules, and therefore we should strengthen them and we should not ruin them. That is not saying we have to go for the status quo. No, we have to reform, and I agree completely with Wendy. Looking back doesn't help us too much, but I think the ideas are good. But we have to reform. We have to do the work on digital trade. We have to work on new situations, like state-owned companies in China. I think that is an interesting part, because China expressed interest in joining the CPTPP, although they have resisted so far always to join agreements which had rules on state-owned enterprises. So that is actually an interesting part. Building a constituency, I think this is something the CPTPP could do. If you look at the agreements and the different chapters, I think one could develop them step by step and modernize them, and I think that would be in mutual interest. I've recently discussed these issues also in Korea, and I know Korea would also be interested to look at CPTPP. Now, if I imagine for one moment that the European Union and Korea join the CPTPP, that would double the size of GDP covered by these two additions. And again, that would be building up a critical mass and the constituency. I know that the argument sometimes is, especially from the side of the European Union or also Japan, what is the added value if you look at it? Well, Japan is a member. Also, Japan has free trade agreements with all members of CPTPP except Canada. If I look at the European Union, it has 9 free trade agreements with members and is negotiating with others, like Australia, like Malaysia, which already mentioned. The other country which is missing, I think, is Brunei. So if we want to strengthen the multilateral system in a multipolar world, and sometimes I feel it's a little bit an anachronism if I talk still about multilateralism, then we have to convince others that it is in their interest and that we move forward in that. And the best contribution we can make is to live up to what we preach. That is, implementing the free trade agreements which we have, adding new ones, and also have a broader approach. The European Union, for example, is now negotiating not only a free trade agreement with India, but is also negotiating an investment agreement. And there is a technology council, which means a meeting on the ministerial level. So that is moving forward. And I would also see, if I look in terms of block building, I think if we had CPTPP Plus, which could be cooperation with the European Union, and we have also then to bring in the Latin American countries. I think one of the issues the European Union must do in order to be credible is to implement the Mercosur. That's something which was going on and was negotiated for 20 years. That's ridiculous. So now we have to live up to it and implement it. And if we link up, for example, CPTP Plus with Mercosur and have the same idea and the same message, I think that would send a strong message to all those who have doubts about a rule-based system. So the best way to build a rule-based system is to live it and to negotiate. And I think this is the value I see to work closely with CPTPP. We also have to think of RCEP, which is also alive behind, and for the first time, I think in Malaysia, called for a leaders meeting. Also to give the message that we need cooperation and in a rule-based approach. So in a summary, I would say that agreements, free trade agreements, if you can convince people that you implement them, because that's also important, if you have a free trade agreement and then you don't live up to it, you behave as if it didn't exist, or you construct them in a way that they are too complicated for the private sector to profit from that, then we are doing a disservice. But building up a critical mass and moving back to a rule-based system where we reform the system, yes, absolutely necessary. But we should not do it in a unilateral, populist way. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Reiterer Sensei. You have nicely covered why do we have to stick with rule-based order to resist unilateralism, and we have to live up to FDAs so that we could sort of implement it, and that's a very important point. And nicely you mentioned that India as well, which I think all of our interests, and thank you so much that, yes, to covering almost all the issues like a keynote speech. Thank you so much. So next to follow, Christopher-san, would you like to start? Yes, thank you.
Now it works, right? Yeah. Sorry. Thank you very much, Suzuki-san, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here. Jan-Hein Christoffels with the Klingendahl Institute. We have a collaboration with IOG, working on economic security issues. And I'd like to spend my minutes here with you today to take the EU position and elaborate a little bit more on what the ambassador has already mentioned. And while you were speaking, I had to think back to the infamous words of Henry Kissinger, who once said that when I have to reach the EU, who do I call, right? And the observation that I have is that President Trump seems to have squared that circle also, because now when he wants to reach out to the EU, he calls the president, Ms. von der Leyen. And they seem to have a good rapport. And President von der Leyen, who has just started her second term, has the ambition to make the European Commission into a geopolitical commission, into a player in this unstable world that we've mentioned in the first part of this morning already. But of course, the EU is a collection of 27 members, and it's always difficult, therefore, for the Commission to play this role, because the members are sovereign in the defense and foreign policy. But there's one area where the Commission has the mandate and the primacy, and that's, of course, in trade. And therefore, I think I want to come up with some suggestions where the Commission can actually, together with Japan, coordinate now very concretely and urgently on a number of issues and make impact. Now, take a little step back. It was only 6 years ago when finally the EU and Japan managed to sign the EPA, or the Free Trade Agreement, after many years of discussions on non-tariff barriers and agriculture and stuff like that. But it was, if you remember, the first Trump administration and the new wind that blew from Washington, but also the Made in 2025 program emanating from Beijing that formed sort of the urgency for this negotiation to get traction and be really signed at a record speed. And additionally, also for a strategic partnership agreement to be signed as a bonus. And this really solidified and politically gave more momentum and seriousness, I think, to the EU-Japan relationship. Now, this is only 6 years ago, and we're already living in a very different world today. I think that was frankly made clear by all the speakers so far already. When Europe looks at this unstable world, I think two things really stand out and are really game changers for us. The first, of course, is the Russian invasion of Ukraine and really the security issues that this brings forth for Europe, including the gray zone warfare that we've seen within the EU since. And the second thing, which was mentioned by Mr. Weinstein, is the NATO summit this summer and the 5% GDP commitment that the European NATO members agreed to. And we see this really now becoming concrete for example, in the Netherlands, we have elections tomorrow, and all the major parties take it as a given that we're going to spend 3.5%. It's only a question of how we're going to arrange it. So the economics of this are in place now, and what we need to do is to make this concrete. Now, looking at CPTPP and EU accession, I think strategically it makes very, very much sense, and the Commission, President von der Leyen has also openly said that she's interested in this. But the question that I have, should this be the priority now, looking at the challenges that we're facing for Europe? We have, I believe, already 9 free trade agreements with members in CPTPP already in place, so the legal structures are there. Will a new legal instrument be that much beneficial at this stage? And also, of course, I'm thinking about the politics of this, imagining France and Australia discussing about agriculture. I think we have a couple of issues now that would be more urgent. Now, when we talk about unfair trade practices, I think we have, what we stand for today as EU is to enforce some of the rules to maintain fair and rule-based trade order, some rules that are already in place. And I would propose 2 urgent challenges that are very delicate but very important that the EU and Japan can work on together. The first are the choke points in the critical minerals issue. And the second is the overcapacity in some of the strategic industries, including steel and automotive. It was mentioned by Mrs. Cutler already that now that the US has signaled that the overcapacity will not find its way to the US market, we're already seeing in the EU market that it's coming towards us. And this is something that's truly urgent and we need to coordinate on. Now, of course, the EU Commission has a strong tradition of having a laissez-faire and open approach to trade. But we do have defensive policies in place. And the Commission has been signaling over the past 2 years that it's more willing to employ them. Now, with regards to the rare earths and critical minerals, the Commission has a so-called anti-coercion instrument, which includes tariffs and suspension of IP rights and a whole suite of other measures it could employ. And I see that in Brussels there is thinking of whether it can be used and should be used. On the steel and overcapacity issue, the EU has actually already acted, and in March of this year has put in place the EU steel safeguard measure. And only last week, it put forward in the European Parliament a proposal for addressing trade effects of overcapacity on steel markets. So you see that where the Commission is moving with this. Now, in the automotive sphere, the Commission's put in place already tariffs on battery electric vehicles, but is already thinking whether this is enough with the challenges that we face. We also have in Europe a whole trade defense instruments toolkit, which is underused. And finally, here in Tokyo, Japan this year has started a record number of anti-dumping investigations in place. So you see that both in Europe and in Japan, there is active thinking going on of actually using the toolbox to preserve a rules-based and fair trade order. And let me state once again, the Commission in Europe has the primacy on trade. It's not the members, so it can actually act here. Many of the measures it can put forth can be adopted with a qualified majority, so it doesn't need necessarily to have unanimity. So I think that's a point that I want to bring across. Now, and for EU and Japan to coordinate this, also a positive I see is that we do have the institutions in place to coordinate on this. Of course, Japan was the first country, I believe, in the world to have a minister for economic security. And as we see today, you know, that can get you places if you're nominated to be the minister for economic security, because I think Prime Minister Takaichi was the second one to hold the position. But also in Europe, where security traditionally lies with the member states, an innovation that this commission has put in place is to add to the Directorate General for Trade the norm of economic security, which gives a sort of institutional footing to extend this mandate and be creative and bolder. Now, then I mentioned we have the EPA in place, so we have that legal structure. And under that, we have already in place the Japan-EU Working Group on Economic Security. It has the right topics on the agenda, but the agenda, as I read it from the publicly available information, is very broad. So I would like to advocate to have a coordinated and more prioritized agenda going forward, putting in place these two issues that I just mentioned. So to round up, to preserve fair, equitable, and a rules-based trade, which we all want in this unstable geopolitical era, I think we need to see the urgency, but we also need to be concrete as EU and Japan. So prioritize working on these two challenges and use the institutions that are already there instead of coming up with new ones, because that, frankly, we don't have the time for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christopher-san. Very nice you touched SPA was, first of all, a bonus, so to say, but these days, as Reiterer Sensei has just addressed and Christopher-san has also confirmed that the today's competitive alliance between Japan and the EU, all these economic security related ones are sort of stemming off and start running from the SPA sort of package, and that today's economic security is advancing more than what the Japan-EU EPA has agreed, which was mostly about very specific economic issues and rule-based order. And you nicely said, touched the overcapacity question of China, steel and cars. And Japan was once a sort of threat, flooding exports of Japanese cars. And in those days, it was also a question, so if Japan is not able to export to the United States, that is surely going to sort of flood towards Europe, and that was the debate those days. What's different today seems to be that Japan was not a security threat in those days, but today China is, I think. And one thing about sort of the Brussels effect, so to say, that you mentioned the anti-economic coercion methods, and this is going to be sort of possible by the qualified majority, so decision-making is going to come quick. That is good news, but then there's this question of whether Brussels effect, and is this sort of still working, or do we see a sort of decline in this sense? Because Donald Trump and European Commission President von der Leyen did negotiate, but did we see a strong Brussels effect there, or rather we have seen a sort of so to say decline or a power down of Brussels effect, which seems that the EU was not able to agree with the United States something more advanced than what Japan had, and more or less it seemed that the EU got more or less the same. So was there a difference in bargaining power in terms of Brussels effect? I think this point might come back afterwards. So Brussels effect and CPTPP, how do we counter sort of, how do we touch this issue over capacity, and is the CPTPP able to actually do something on treating this overcapacity question? But I'm sorry, I think I just spoke too much. So finally, so we had distinguished two European guests, and I think we would like to ask Japanese response from Tsuruoka Sensei. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your introduction, and thank you, IOJ, for inviting me to come to this panel. We've had very interesting and very informative discussions over this morning. We are now looking at possible cooperation between EU and CPTPP. I'd like to start, as Professor Reiterer mentioned, the relations between Japan and EU very briefly, and then move on to what EU and CPTPP could do together. Well, first of all, before even moving to that, I'd just like to confirm what is the basic principle of importance in international relations. It is the same as we live our private lives. You choose friends, and friends are people you can trust, you can rely on, and then call upon them when you are in need. Now, friends don't have contracts between them. We don't sign agreements to become friends. States do agreements, and then they expect, once agreements have been signed, that they'll be respected, that there will be no unilateral interpretation that will surprise the other country of the implementation that was expected. In other words, this is trust, credibility, which brings predictability and stability in the world. If there's no predictability, then countries will not be comfortable in dealing with anybody, or private firms will find it very difficult to invest in foreign countries because there will be no assurance that their investment will become profitable. It could be even taken away because it's in somebody else's territory. So predictability, and this is what people have been calling rule-based international order. But the crux of the matter is trust, credibility. Can you really trust the other side? Now, WTO, mentioned many times over, is the constitution of global trade. It is very important basis, a legal stability provider that allows private firms to conduct businesses abroad, expecting that the rules will be observed. We have many countries that are not abiding by those, and the major most country, the United States, is not complying with WTO anymore. And of course, in order to make it happen, United States made certain that the dispute settlement mechanism in WTO does not operate. This is a very, very serious issue. I don't think we are addressing it sufficiently as a problem that affects global trade. At the same time, we've heard issue of reform that is required to be made in the system. The WTO dispute settlement system, I must say, is not very functional. I negotiated the WTO during the Uruguay round from the side of the services agreement. The dispute settlement mechanism under the GATT was criticized heavily as not being effective enough to become a reliable dispute settlement mechanism. So what did we discuss there? Let's have it an efficient, effective system that resolves disputes. Now, in WTO, or even the GATT situation, the same, the disputes are economic and mostly business. So if you have a business issue, you'd like to have it resolved as soon as possible, because private companies cannot go on for decades in the litigation. Now, you may look at the issue that was discussed in the WTO context, the subsidies of EU to Airbus. Took more than 20 years. And then it is still not totally resolved. Boeing has also been countersued, and it goes on. If a small and medium-sized company suffers from violation of WTO rules, can that company survive 20 years in the litigation without being able to conduct business? In other words, the credibility of the civil settlement mechanism is not there. Why? Because it's been too cumbersome, and you needed a two-tiered litigation process to come to a conclusion. This was EU insisting that this should be a litigation and not a dispute resolution system for commercial reason. Yes, this was the view, and we accepted that, and that was part of WTO. And then US, which always argued that the system has to be efficient, dynamic, resolving issues, if possible within weeks, just decided not to respect the rules because there's no teeth that will make those rules happen. We need to keep this in mind when we deal with the European Union. Now, Japan and EU has had a long history of trying to negotiate FTA, as was mentioned by Mr. Christoffel, and as you may know, the negotiation for Japan-EU EPA started in 2013, where it took many years before we even started that negotiation. And then only after the Trump administration came, we were able to come to an agreement. Now, from the Japanese side, the important element of a trade negotiation is tariffs on cars. As was the case with the Trump administration, what tariff will be imposed on Japanese cars is always a very central theme of Japanese trade negotiation, because this is the important foreign currency earner for Japan, obviously. And it is also a very widely traded product around the world. Car producers around the world would like to reach out to foreign markets and then sell their cars. If tariffs are high, of course, they'll be in disadvantage. Do you know what is the WTO rate for EU car imports? Tariffs in most countries, industrialized countries, are in single digit for industrial products. The Japanese tariff on industrial products are almost zero now. The Japanese auto tariffs was reduced to zero in 1978. Many of you here may not even be born. The WTO rate for EU cars import is 10%. 2025, 10%. Japanese tariffs on cars, WTO rate, 0. Now, we negotiated this EPA with EU, expecting that the free trade agreement will reduce EU tariffs on cars to 0. EU said, yours is already 0. We are 10. We can't get anything in return by reducing ours because you already are in 0. Well, that's trade talks. So what was the resolution? Agreement was to reduce that tariff to 0 through a period of 8 years after the agreement enters into force. How did EU cars benefit from 1978 onward in the Japanese market? You can see it in the streets in Tokyo or major cities where you ride many, many European cars, which is also an irritant for Mr. Trump, who doesn't see American cars. Well, that's his problem. But then what I'm raising here is that we need to do our own homework first. If we are to promote free trade, be a free trader. Don't erect or don't keep the walls of obstacles for free trade. That includes CFIUS, was mentioned earlier. Maybe it is an obstacle as well as a security guarantee for the economy not to be adversarial to your own benefit. And investment screening exists in all countries that I think has to be conducted not for protecting domestic economic interests, but security interests. This is what IOG, I think, is quite interested to pursuing, and Japan is at least trying to do this very faithfully. These are the elements of trust that allows countries to work together. If you are just taking exemptions or putting something that are not convenient for you behind the scenes or behind the curtain, then at least you need to know. Transparency of intention, very important. Now, EU and CPTPP are major economic grouping that is only second to the North American, US, Mexico, Canada. If CPTPP and EU group gets together, they will overcome, they will become the biggest economic integrated grouping. But of course, we have to be realistic because EU is a system that is going beyond CPTPP. It has a very well-working system that binds the 27 member states, while CPTPP doesn't even have a secretariat. It's a rotating presidency. Each year, the presidency shifts from one country to another. CPTPP has 2 tasks that needs to be done, and it is working on it, not as fast as it should, but 2 tasks. One is expansion of membership. There is a long list of countries that would like to join CPTPP. One very strange absence is ROK. Korea has not applied. Mention of Korea was made by the panelists here. If EU is trying to have coordination with CPTPP, I think ROK will be the best candidate to become the next CPTPP member with the size of economy that can contribute to all the CPTPP member. Unfortunately, it has been done. The CPTPP, by the way, this naming, yes, TPP is much simpler. The naming was caused because of insistence by Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada at the time that although he will be happy to have to become member of TPP, he wanted to change the name from the American name of TPP to something he could leave some message in it. Fine, but then now we have to go over this difficult pronunciation all the time. So I'll just say TPP. This is the agreement that I worked on. Now, TPP has this task that needs to be accomplished, expanding membership with a long list of members that are trying to become one. TPP members, among the original members, have agreed to give a time frame for achieving the highest standards that TPP obligates countries to perform when they are member. But for the new members, there's no consensus of how those exemptions or those time frame could be applied. And therefore, when UK joined, there was no allowance for UK to catch up or to comply with the system because UK, in fact, does have a system that is compliant of all TPP rules. Tariffs is most important, but rules is more important. Rules are the ones that makes economy running and private companies comfortable in investing. If you have a system that works, then you can attract investment. UK did very well. Took more than 3 or 4 years. I was ambassador to UK from 2016 to 2019, and 2016 June, UK referendum took place and UK voted to be out of EU, which opened the path from them joining another free trade agreement. So I worked for them to apply to membership with TPP because they will be able to become FTA members with 11 countries at once. It took more than 4 years for them to achieve that. Now, this is the problem with all these negotiations. When you agree to negotiate, you are taking a lot of time coordinating within your own government with the private sector and then arrive at the agreement, then have the agreement enter into force. There are domestic procedures that need to be completed and so forth. So, are we going to have CPTPP and EU try to do membership? I don't think EU allows non-European countries to become members to start with, and I don't think EU has ever had any membership discussion with any of the other countries. CPTPP is open to the world. There's no geographic requirements, just seen with the UK participation, but it's a totally different system, and there's been interest along the side from the TPP side to have consultation with EU. EU has not shown that much interest until quite recently. Fortunately, the rise of the China in terms of economic and strategic importance has raised European interest in the Indo-Pacific region widely, and that also includes interest to discuss issues with TPP. So there will be, towards the end of the year, a hopefully ministerial level conference discussing on TPP and EU as to how they could coordinate and work together into the future. It will not be membership discussion, as it is not a realistic proposition, but it will open up a path for the free trading countries committed to rule-based international order to start discussing how they could work together to make the world a more predictable world, not ruled by might, but ruled by law. And this, I think, is a very important development that we should promote and then have substance in it so that, again, the message will be credible. It will be a more political announcement effect that I'm expecting such meeting will hold. The substance of the economic interest, in fact, as again mentioned by previous speakers, there are a number of bilateral FTAs that CPTPP members have with the EU. Vietnam has one, and then the others are also coming up. Japan has one with the EU. So economy-wise, having a sort of a free trade arrangement is not going to drastically increase economic interest for both sides. But it's not the sheer size of the market that will become available to each other that is important today. It is important to get the message out that predictability, rule-based international order will have to be at a continuing basis for global economy today. So I am looking very much forward that this discussion continues on and have the group, both groups discuss this freely and openly, and then be able to show to the rest of the world that it is really rule-based international order and free trade that brings prosperity. When you have countries like China using market for coercive measures, and in fact, President Trump's use of US market is similar to what China has been doing all along. If you don't comply or do as I say, you will not be allowed to operate in my market. This is not rule-based international order. And let's see which side, which way will have more prosperity than the other. And it is up to Japan and also the European countries to make certain that rule-based international order is the way to secure prosperity. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Tsuruoka Sensei. I'm just being shown that we only have 10 minutes left signed, so apologies for my bad time management, but I think we heard very important points which must be ruled out, and so it's ruled by law, and that whether or not it's a CPTPP EU membership, but rather that this should be a starting point for debate of what should be doing together. And I saw a sort of notable difference that I'm not saying that Reiterer Sensei and Christopher-san's sort of only emphasize size, but you also mentioned that it's rule-based international order, that rule matters. And I think that the Japanese size, of course, we do want size, but then we more insist on the rule-based order. This was very, I think, a notable point of difference. So I think we have 10 minutes left, and also we would like to collect some voices from the floor if it permits. So before asking our three panelists to respond to each other, should we briefly gather some comments from the floor, some questions, if there are any? I think then we'll just ask our panelists, so Reiterer Sensei, Christopher-san, and Tsuruoka-san in that order. So would you like to respond to each other, please? Yes, Reiterer Sensei, would you like to start? Thank you.
Well, thank you. Well, I mean, I agree completely with Ambassador Tsuruoka, the rule-based aspect. I mean, I have tried to make that clear. And and as a professor, I would say that apply that CPTPP, the EU joining CPTPP would be the stronger political and systemic signal, because that's what we need nowadays. The same applies to reforming the WTO. That's a long-term project, but we need some medium and short-term measures. So also when I look at the CPTPP, the immediate accession, of course, is impossible. It would take negotiations, and there are issues like data, there are issues like agriculture, which can make the life miserable, not only for negotiators. However, the CPTPP ministers have invited, at the last meeting they had in Jeju, to start talks with the European Union and with ASEAN. And I think that will be now confirmed at the next ministerial meeting in Australia on the 20th of November to start these talks and starting a trade and investment dialogue between the European Union and the CPTPP members. I think this is something which will probably happen. Issues to be dealt with would be digital trade, the resilience of supply chains, the rule-based trade facilitation. We would also have to think about rules of origin if you think in terms of free trade agreements, guidelines for regulatory reform, transparency, treatment of data, avoidance of excess capacities. That's a big issue. That's also the issue which we see with China, and where should that go? I think we would need a coordinated reform. WTO reform, we have already mentioned, dispute settlement, and I think there also the multi-party interim appeal arbitration arrangements which the EU has created with quite a few other states is important stabilizing factor. The important thing why one should not neglect, I think this, all this aspect is rules and standard setting. You have mentioned the Brussels effect. And I think if also Europeans and Japanese partners, and we have already many harmonized or equivalent standards, we have an interest to make sure that the development in the CPTPP is going in the right direction, if I may say so. And last but not least, in reaching out to others, which I have mentioned, we should not forget the Global South, which we have not mentioned yet. I think if we want to improve the trading system, we have to reach out to some partners which we have a little bit neglected in the past. So ASEAN might be a first step, but we need more steps, and therefore I was also advocating the idea to have the cooperation with Mercosur in order to have a bigger constituency, which we need for credibility and to strengthen the rule-based approach, which is an absolute must.
Thank you so much, Reiterer-sensei, and excellent list up of what we should be doing together. Christopher-san, please.
Yes, thank you. Just very, very briefly, because I think a lot of wisdom has already been shared, but Japan and EU, of course, share out of our own interest that we need to and want to preserve the rules-based trading system and the rule of law. The point I try to make is that next to all the things that we're already trying to do, including maintaining what's left of the WTO, making it work, also signaling that CPTPP and the EU trade area are aligned and signaling this in this day and age. We should also and are also looking at enforcing the rules within the agreed frameworks. And there, EU and Japan can and should, I believe, coordinate closely, because also there we have a lot of common interests. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christopher-san. And yes, finally, Tsuruoka-san, please.
I would just mention something I haven't said and then mentioned briefly by my previous speakers. This is AI and the new activities that are challenging us as to what rules, how we should deal with them. The Global South should also, of course, be part of that discussion, and creating rules based on very rapidly progressing technology is a huge task. frankly, many of the rules that have been set up in this post-war era has been initiated by the United States. The draft agreements of TPP came from USTR. Many of the bilaterals that the US signed, US presents the first draft. Many of the English, of course, had to be corrected sometimes because Americans are not necessarily very good at drafting British English text, but ideas, concepts, always led by them. Now, it is a challenge if we are to try to become a central player in forging the next era of a rule-based international order, how we could write drafts that rules the new emerging technologies, including AI, which is already there as an issue that needs to be tackled. I think Japan and EU, now CPTPP, having UK as a member, does have capacity to work on these issues now. And if we do well, I think we could very well contribute in bringing new era into the international order. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tsuruoka-san, and thank you so much to our three distinguished guests, Reiterer Sensei and Christopher-san. Thank you so much. Once more, apologies for my time management, but I think AI and rules-based at the end, I think this sort of indicates that we need a lot more discourse on this, and so this is certainly not going to be the last session for discussing Japan and EU cooperation, corroboration, and possible other themes. So I think this is just merely a kickoff of this discourse that we would like to long continue afterwards, this panel. So I'd like to ask everyone for, thank you so much for taking part, and I think thank you so much for our three panelists. So please join me, yeah.
Thank you to each of our panelists. We are pleased to invite you to the lunch cocktail sessions now. Please exit this room and head to the venue on the right, where food and beverages will be available. The afternoon fireside chat will begin at 1 p.m. So would you kindly please return to your seat by then? ただいまよりランチカクテルのお時間となります。会場を出ていただきまして、右手反対側の会場にてお飲み物とお食事をご用意しております。ランチカクテルの後はこちらの会場におきましてアフタヌーンファイヤーサイドチャットを行います。再開は13時を予定しております。それでは皆様ご移動ください。
this is the point that when we talk about the weaponization of economy. Combining the EU and the CPTPP will create a much stronger and a bigger market that is comparable to the American market or even the Chinese ones. The America first means, is it the American interest first or American technology first or something else? So
Because we're looking at a very kind of highly contested security environment in the Indo-Pacific.
I think we need to have not just a strategic autonomy, but the strategic integration of the defense capability and defense industrial cooperation.
What does the experience of watching, for example, the Ukraine conflict or the trade war with the United States?
It's really hard to tell, and this is why we put this panel session. Who is controlling the heart of the AI is the key question. I think there will be a competition continues, and there will be the major centers of the AI development, the United States and China. Not just focusing on the bilateral, two big giants fighting each other, but how other countries respond to it.
It is now time to begin the afternoon fireside chat. Joining us on stage are Head of National Security Policy at Anthropic, Mr. Tarun Chhabra, Senior Fellow at Hudson Institute, Mr. David Weiss, and Dr. Kazuto Suzuki, Director of the Institute of Geoeconomics. Now please welcome our speakers to the stage.
So welcome back, everyone. This is perhaps a very unusual but a very interesting session on the Fireside Chat. We have the two distinguished guests. Perhaps those who know these two individuals are the ones who understand the economic security of the United States better. And these are the two most important people, as in my understanding, in shaping the policies of the United States, and probably, they remain to be very influential in particularly in the technology and the national security sector. To my left, Mr. Tarun Chhabra, who was the coordinator of the technology and the national security in the Biden administration. And the further left is David Weiss, who is also the coordinator of the technology and national security in the second Trump administration. Unfortunately, for some reasons, he is now no longer in the government, but he was the person who is most influential in the technology and national security policy in second Trump administration. So I am personally very excited to have these two most distinguished individuals here and to discuss with me. So the first question I'd like to begin with is the similarities and the differences of the Biden administration and the second Trump administration. In my knowledge, the first Trump administration started this, let's say the geoeconomic statecraft by starting the tariff war against China, and then, kicking out Huawei and Chinese products from the 5G networks. And then during the Biden administration, it wasn't, going down, but it lifts the question of the technology and the national security issues further up in political priority. And Tarun has been a powerhouse of this. for example, the export control on the semiconductor strengthening the export control of the semiconductor to China, or AI diffusion policies. These are the, Tarun was very much involved in the policy making. And David was also involved in the second Trump administration, talking about the initial Trump banning on the H20, which is an NVIDIA semiconductor, was designed to export to China, but during the second Trump administration, it was banned initially, and now it's no longer banned again. So ban is lifted. So there are certain continuity and the similarities of the objectives, the motivations, and the goals of the technology and the national security. But of course, there are some differences. So I'd like to ask the similarities and the differences of the Biden administration and the second Trump administration. David, can you go first?
Sure. Well, thank you, Suzuki-san. Thank you to the Institute of Geoeconomics for having us. I think that you put it nicely in summary about the really quite interesting mix of similarities and differences from, you could say, from the Biden administration to the Trump administration, but we could also say from the first Trump administration to the Biden administration and into now the second Trump administration. We have had, since roughly the beginning of the first Trump administration, a major break in US and allied thinking on China in general and on China and technology in particular. And that was signified by many issues, including in the Trump first term, the Huawei 5G issue, the birth of export controls on China, on Huawei, on SMIC, in coordination with the Netherlands, for example, on advanced lithography technology going to China. And this was seen really in a wide sort of suite of initial areas of concern and cooperation, many of which were embraced in Washington in the years of the first Trump administration on the very good influence of allies overseas, including the Abe government in Japan, certainly. The Australian government was quite influential on many of these issues as well. And so we began to have really the era of economic security. The sense, as the 2017 first Trump administration national security strategy put it, that economic security is national security, that there needed to be a dramatic rethink in the way that the United States and its allies traded with China and did technology exchange and investment with China. Many of those types of concerns and many of those particular policy focuses carried forward into the Biden administration. In many ways, more than was predicted by markets and I think by foreign governments in general. There was a sense of surprise in 2021 as Tarun and his colleagues got to work in the Biden administration with just how much similarity there was between the Biden administration's approach and the first Trump administration that had preceded it. I'll leave it, of course, to Tarun to speak for the Biden administration authoritatively, but there was a carrying forward of certain general concerns, and there was a real particular kind of deepening of the focus of Washington policymakers in the Biden years on certain areas of the technology competition in particular, especially semiconductor export controls and export controls focused on changing US and allied policy to see that essentially democratic world AI technologies were not fueling AI development for hostile purposes in China. There were other measures taken as part of what we might call the economic security agenda, where a kind of an import control regime, which was created just on paper in the first Trump administration. This is the so-called ICTS regime, a terrible, unpronounceable name, but it stands for Information and Communications Technology and Services. It's led by the US Commerce Department. This was created on paper in the first Trump administration, but took its first actions in the Biden administration, especially focused on countering certain Chinese origin hardware and software for connected vehicles. So the aspects of continuity and the aspects of kind of expansion in the Biden years were quite notable. What we're seeing this year in the second Trump administration is an interesting mix, as Suzuki-san put it, of similarity and difference. Broadly, there is a shared sense that China is a competitor, that the competition is especially shaped by technology competition. All of the language in Washington with respect to AI policy speaks of seeing that the United States and its allies win an AI race against China. There is a sense that other emerging technology areas, often fueled by AI, areas like biotech and quantum, are also major interests. But in some ways, there's also been a narrowing in the second Trump administration of Washington's focus when it comes to the China technology competition. TikTok, for example, was an area where the first Trump administration took action against TikTok, and the Biden administration and the US Congress, on a bipartisan basis during the Biden years, took action against TikTok. But the approach of the second Trump administration to TikTok has been more favorable than the one seen by President Trump initially. There's also been a narrowing on export controls. It's not that the Trump administration is not focused on winning the AI race with China, as it laid out in its action plan this summer in July. That is a major focus, and it's the main organizing principle of Trump administration policy on AI. And yet, there has now taken root in the second Trump administration a different view on how to achieve the objective of competing with and defeating China in the AI contest. And there's a sense that some, at least, of the export controls that had previously been put on to restrict the flows of American-designed advanced semiconductors into China should actually be softened. And so this was alluded to by Suzuki-san in the case of the NVIDIA H20 chip. This was designed by NVIDIA to basically go right up to the boundary of the export control lines that were put in place by the Biden administration. We did indeed take an initial move early this year in the beginning of the second Trump administration to restrict that chip in terms of its ability to be sold into China. But that was a decision reversed in July of this summer based on a different sense that right now prevails inside the second Trump administration, that there is an ability to essentially sell a wider range of AI chips into China that will have the effect of keeping China's AI sector addicted to this American technology, and thereby limit the growth of China's indigenous AI chip designers and manufacturers led by Huawei. This view is highly controversial. My recommendation was that we keep the H20 restricted, and that unfortunately there's an enormous amount of empirical evidence over the last 30 years that US companies have really no effective ability to keep China addicted to foreign technology, especially in areas where China is focused as a matter of central industrial policy on indigenizing and then leapfrogging and competing in third markets around the world with the US technology offering. But that is one very important illustration of where policy has shifted this year, and where, in that sense, the sort of range of issues for, say, the US and Japanese governments to cooperate on has in some ways changed and in other ways stayed the same, because there are other areas of semiconductor technology, especially semiconductor manufacturing equipment controls, which I assume Tarun may get into, where there's still a ripeness and really, I think, a strategic necessity to cooperate between Washington and Tokyo.
Well, thank you very much for the comprehensive explanation of landscape of the similarities and differences from the first Trump administration. I like the expression addicted or making China addicted to the American technology. But I agree with David about, there is no evidence that China is addicting to the US technology. They are much more capable of indigenizing those technologies. So that one can be discussed further. Tarun, do you have anything to add, or what's your view? I mean, how do you see from a different perspective?
Thank you, Suzuki-san, for hosting us today. It's great to see you and David and many other friends and colleagues in the room today. I think David really offered a pretty impeccable analysis. I wouldn't disagree really with the analysis. I think it was very important that you and he both drew the line from the first Trump administration, because in many ways we were quite explicitly building on the good work that he did, Matt Pottinger did, and other colleagues in the first administration. But I guess we came in trying to make some of the work more systematic, focusing some of the controls on a countrywide basis. And similarly, David alluded to the kind of import restrictions on ICTS. We saw the cyber threats posed by China becoming much more significant over time, and needing to address those in the context of the Internet of Things proliferating, and so the risks potentially proliferating as well, which is why we took actions to restrict the import of China's connected vehicles, for example, and we're looking at other sectors as well, drones, cranes and ports, so on, and so forth. And so I think that's kind of the question today is, I think Ambassador Weinstein put it well this morning, saying the primary focus for the administration has been on the homeland. That's on the security side. But it's also true, I think, when you think about economic and trade policy. And so the first order of business for the administration has been to try to rectify what they see as still too imbalanced trade relationships across the world with many countries. But as we've seen, and as Ambassador Cutler said today, earlier this morning, there's kind of a gravitational pull. It's a bit of a law of physics. As China continues to act in the way that it has for quite a while, we all end up finding that we must work together. I think there's some hope in that. I was very reassured by the comments that President Trump offered this morning about the U.S.-Japan relationship. I even wrote it down. I think it's worth quoting here for those of you who haven't heard it, since it was just this morning. He said, "I want to let you know, anytime you have a question," this is President Trump to the Prime Minister, "anytime you have a question, any doubt, anything you want, any favors you need, anything I can do to help Japan, we will be there. We are an ally at the strongest level." That was probably the strongest statement he's made about any ally in the world, and I was very glad to hear him say that today, this morning in Tokyo.
Well, we can talk about the alliance policy as well in the economic security-wise, but just before we touch upon that subject, I'd like to ask one more thing about the Tarun's. While you were in tenure, you have launched the export control on the high-end chips against China, and immediately after there were discussions between the United States and the allies, especially Japan and the Netherlands, to impose a sort of a similar export control. And I think this was the kind of shocking. I was also working on the export control in general. There was a sort of a tectonic shift of the concept of export control from the non-proliferation to the defense of the national security. And I think this shift was, I think it was October 7th, which is an unfortunate event, 1 year before the unfortunate event in Gaza. But I think this was the date that the transformation happened about the concept of export control. Could you talk us a little bit of how you come across with this idea, why you think that this is, this is effective, and how you try to engage the other parties, because there are lots of other countries which have capable, the supply, there are lots of different supplies in the supply chain, and what was you thinking when you tried to launch that idea?
Yeah, so I think this goes back to kind of a few kind of core premises. The first was conviction that the AI revolution was going to be upon us. So, in 2022, I think many in the administration had been watching very closely the founding of OpenAI and then competitors, and seeing that the results were really quite astounding. Even though people were not using the tools at that time, they were not reliable or capable as they are today, we could see the trajectory. And we were trying to anticipate what progress on kind of an exponential curve would look like. And we had strong conviction it was coming, and that these capabilities would be pretty profound, both for not only economic progress, but also for national security applications, which we see today. The Department of Defense has given $200 million contracts to each of the major USAI labs. So this is not a matter of speculation anymore. This is very direct. And then second, growing tensions around Taiwan, South China Sea, growing assertiveness by Beijing, and a concern that without ensuring we would maintain significant technological advantage, we would reduce our deterrent capabilities over time. And we had conviction that AI would be crucial for that. And third, on the economic security realm, we had just gone through the significant diplomatic lift led by the first Trump administration alongside key allies when it came to global telecom and its diffusion. And the concern was that if we did not act, that China would then repeat that by building out data centers around the world to proliferate China's AI systems, which would create all kinds of risks for us on the national security and economic front as well. And so for all those reasons, we thought it was crucial to take action and really shed the post-Cold War, and this really was the post-Cold War concept of maintaining, a relative advantage, just stay a couple of generations ahead, which we thought was not appropriate vis-a-vis a pure military competitor like China, particularly given its active planning to conduct a war against the United States and Japan and many of our key allies as well. Now, your question about allies, yes, of course, crucial allies in the supply chain, including Japan and, of course, the Netherlands, South Korea, especially now when it comes to high bandwidth memory. And so, it's of course crucial for us to share a common picture of those threats, those risks to our economic and to our national security. And so we spent a lot of time trying to build that common picture. And then you also have to kind of, understand the very delicate commercial interests that all these countries and companies have as well. And there has to be a sense of solidarity, that we are taking risks together on the economic front, on the potential for retaliation and coercion as well.
Right, thank you very much. I think that's a very important statement that, if we get in this together, it is, of course, our national security as well, to prevent the China to get access and stay ahead of the chip production. But at the same time, there is also a risk of retaliations and the intimidation by China because of that, those instruments that we use. So there are, of course, the very, difficult balance that you need to make, especially with regard to the commercial interests as well as the national security. This is a this is all about the economic security. Economic security is all about the balancing the risks and the risks and the commercial interest, and make sure that we don't let the hostiles to be more getting advanced to our capacity. In that same context, I'd like to ask David about the H20. You have touched upon that, yes, there are, questions about, Chinese leapfrog and, fast pace of catching up. But H20 was supposed to be the chip that is good on the memories, but not for the learning, or, these are designed not to enhance the Chinese AI capability. But still, you seem to be opposing to the idea of letting the China to have an access to H20. So could you elaborate that?
Sure. The H20, I would submit, kind of offers some really interesting and important lessons in the complexity of getting these policies right, the necessity for learning and taking in new inputs as we go, and I believe as a strategic matter, why we are better off being more suspicious, more modest about our cleverness, and more defensive, really, in what we try to do with respect to the technology trade with China. As Suzuki-san alluded, the H20 was designed to comply with one version of the export controls placed by the Biden administration on China. And what we learned over time, over the course, really especially of the last 2 years of the Biden administration, after the first major controls were put in place in October of 2022, and basically by 2024, when you had the transition from Trump to Biden 2, we and industry, I mean, and the frontier labs of AI model making came to learn new things, as happens inevitably, about the technology, including about the importance of post-training, the importance of aspects of the kind of model development and especially model deployment process that were not considered as strategically significant in, say, 2021 and 2022, but were recognized basically by late 2024, and I think are recognized completely today as very important. There is not as clean a distinction as we thought several years ago between training and inference, and between the instruments of training and inference when it comes to kind of feeding the strategic AI ambitions of any company or any country and national ecosystem. And so what happened with the H20, including especially because of the significance of one aspect that Tarun alluded to a moment ago when he mentioned South Korea, the importance of high bandwidth memory, the importance of certain specs of the H20 chip that basically were not really on policymakers' radars back in, say, 2022, but are now recognized as really crucial to doing all sorts of really important advanced AI functions. Not all of them, not training as it was defined years ago, but really several very important things, and things that would be important for the development of China's domestic AI capabilities, not only commercially, but also strategically and militarily. And so the view that many hold today, and that some of us in the Trump administration at the beginning of this year held, is that there's a very strong logic to not allowing the H20 to flow into China when it would be such a boost to China's domestic AI capabilities, and would allow them to have a better and scaled solution than they can produce domestically. It would meanwhile not only contribute directly to China's ability to run advanced models, but it would free up their scarce domestic capacity for further fueling of of their domestic, commercial and strategic and military AI purposes, in a way that is very convenient for them when they are as constrained in various ways, indigenously as they are. China has a shortage of advanced chip making capacity. They don't have extreme ultraviolet lithography technology because of successful export controls that the US and the Netherlands have had in place basically since 2019. They also, by the way, have a shortage, kind of a lagging technology position, especially in high bandwidth memory, where the Koreans are especially kind of stronger players. And so, in all of these ways, selling the H-20 into China is a contribution to China's current and future AI capacity, and one that that advantages them more than it advantages us, I would contend. But this is a matter that about which there is now dispute, of course, in Washington.
Yeah, for those who don't follow this as closely, I mean, I would just, I think it's important to note, we have a window of probably 3 or maybe 5 or maybe 7 years, we don't know exactly when, before China is able to produce these AI accelerators at scale. They can produce some, but they're limited at scale. And that's the big question when, in the world of AI development, the scaling laws persist, which means to stay at the frontier, you're having to use about 5x the processing power each year than you were the previous year. And so, Secretary Lutnick, Undersecretary Kessler said earlier in the year that Huawei could produce something on the order of 200,000 of these chips this year. One other analysis by a third-party firm said maybe the number is closer to 800,000. It's the same order of magnitude, whereas the number is closer to 10 to 14 million, depending on how you count, for the US and allied ecosystem. And then that's going to scale to tens of millions, right, as well as new fab capacity comes online. And so the question is, if these capabilities are truly going to become much more powerful in the next 1, 2, or 3 years, and during that same window, China cannot scale, what do we want to do in that window? And I would say, given that we have more certainty that these capabilities are coming online, more certainty than we did in 2022, we should be restricting more of the chip tooling technology, the semiconductor manufacturing equipment, the servicing, all of the things that go into that, and take, as David said, a more conservative approach on the chips themselves. Because the competition, if you're thinking about the competition at the frontier, as David said, the H-20 is important for a crucial phase of AI development right now that is still scaling, that's reinforcement learning. But even if you weren't as concerned about the frontier and you're just focused on building out data centers around the world, the diffusion challenge, why would we put American chips in Chinese data centers to compete against our own hyperscalers? I very much agree with David Sachs, the AIs, that we should focus on the diffusion of the American AI stack around the world, the American and allied stack around the world. But that means American models running on American chips in American data centers, and say American plus allied in all of those contexts, but it shouldn't be, from my perspective, American chips in Chinese data centers.
Well, I think this is something that goes beyond just chip making and chip manufacturing. It's more about it's a layered approach of how to build the AI system or AI capabilities. On the one hand, you need to have chips, and on the other hand, you have the AI algorithm, and then you also have the applications. But on the other hand, you need to have the data center, the submarine cables, connectors, et cetera, et cetera. So there are different layers of the creating the AI capabilities. If you lead one of those to, if you let China to dominate one of those domains or layers, then it would have the significant impact on the security as well as the autonomy of the data, as well as the building and not just commercial but also the military applications. So I think that's basic understanding. And talking about the AI and diffusion, I think you are also involved in the AI diffusion rules. in the last minute of the Biden administration. Could you talk a little bit of the objective of the AI diffusion rules, making these three-tier, country groups, and what was the aim for this rule to prevent what?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the aim was definitely not to create three tiers, but I think the key point here was to ensure that the most important AI infrastructure, particularly for training models, stayed in U.S. and closely allied countries. That was really the key objective of it, and the concern there being that there are, even beyond China, there are countries in the world that have high conviction about AI development and essentially have their own industrial strategies willing to offer, enormous sums of money and energy in order to attract that infrastructure onto their soil. And so the question is, if you believe this technology is crucial for national security, and you have concerns about leakage or it being compromised or not being available, then you want to ensure that it's either in the United States or in the territory of the closest allies. That was really the essence, I think, of the regulation. I think there were a lot of other elements of it that were not necessarily as crucial, that were more controversial, such as the tiers and so on. But the basic principle, I think, should be not so controversial, which is really about where do you want the bulk of this infrastructure, particularly the national security sensitive infrastructure, to be located.
Thank you very much. It always comes down to this controversial side, and people talk about it. But I think I understand that your objective, and especially training model is the key in that regard. And Trump administration has, well, not exactly completely lifted, but it didn't apply the AI diffusion rules, and let the Middle Eastern countries, especially the UAE, to be included as treated like a tier 1 country. David, can you elaborate more about the Trump administration's strategy on the AI and this AI diffusion issues with regard to the Middle Eastern regions? I mean, of course, the Middle East is the important region in terms of the supply of the energy to make sure that these data center can be running. But there are lots of discussions about the Chinese influence in this region as well. So could you talk a little bit about the situation in the Middle East?
Certainly. When the second Trump administration came in, it did indeed inherit the rather last-minute regime from the Biden administration on AI diffusion. And among the factors that the second Trump administration was moved to revise were roughly the two that you have both pointed to. There was the general quality of the tiering, which seemed to raise certain kind of diplomatic questions, including about relations with close European allies that in the view of the second Trump administration, were not necessary or compelling, and there was a desire to undo those and sort of simplify the regime that would be put in place for the diffusion of AI chips, for the export of advanced AI semiconductors to third countries. Then there was the particular question of how to approach certain important Gulf countries that are important both by virtue of their strength and potential in AI, being enormous, largely because of the combination of deep capital and reliable, substantial power, and important because of the strategic interests of the United States and the importance of working with Gulf countries on a range of issues, including Iran and regional matters, and the position of these third countries in the broader kind of US, China, and US and allies and China competition for influence kind of in shaping the future world. And so the desire of the second Trump administration to revise the inherited approach toward the Gulf countries was present roughly from day one and was kind of driven to begin to manifest especially quickly because the President Trump took his first overseas trip in early May to the Gulf and visited Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar. And so what we saw at that time in May was the rescinding of the inherited AI diffusion rule from the Biden administration. As you alluded to, Suzuki-san, it has not actually been formally rescinded, but it has been, as a matter of general policy, rescinded. And you had the announcement of framework deals, especially in the UAE and also in Saudi Arabia, for the export of US-designed advanced semiconductors to these countries, including in some very substantial and headline-making sort of business structures and volumes when it comes to the compute, including a UAE Stargate to be built by OpenAI and technology partners, both from the US and from the Emirates, and to have 5 gigawatts of capacity, which is a very substantial cluster, and would put the UAE in a world-leading position as an AI power going forward. And these were deals that the administration was certainly keen to facilitate, to really kind of focus, as it has, on looking at AI diffusion as a strategic imperative to export the American AI stack, and to see that the American AI stack is dominant in the world and not excessively restrained, such that it creates openings for China and its kind of its aspiration to have a competing offering to come in over time into third markets around the world. But these are complex issues, and the administration shared early this year and still shares some of the Biden administration's and kind of the widely held view that obviously exports like this must be done with national security guardrails. And those agreements, those framework agreements for May, did not contain all of the fine print on what will be the national security guardrails that come along with the sort of desire to lean in to these important export relationships with important partner countries. And actually, to this day, we are now 5 months, a little more, from the May framework agreements, and the national security guardrails still aren't in place. There was a delay of several months before the Commerce Department of the United States gave any export licenses for the export of any chips, actually, to the UAE. I think as of today, there have been some licenses granted, but they represent only a small share of the sort of general promise. And the reason is that getting the national security guardrails right is important and complex and is still a work in progress.
Well, thank you very much. We still have 15 minutes to go, and I think this is the time that we need to move on to the question of the alliance. How can the alliance work in the economic security? Traditionally, alliance includes all these, commitments and to extended deterrence and creating the sort of action together so that to build more, bigger capabilities against your competitor, and to make sure that you won't be intimidated by the competitor. But in case of the economic security, this is something that a little difficult to do, because on the one hand, the United States and Japan, for example, is an ally, but also a competitor in the commercial market. I mean, there are lots of cases that, the U.S. product is competing against Japan, and also there are different, business connection with countries like China. So how can we able to build the alliance mechanism in the national security and technology? There are competitive elements, but also the common, security elements, and how to reconcile these two different logics, and make sure that how we be able to work together. So any proposals, suggestions, ideas, welcome. So Tarun.
Well, I think the good news is that some of this is already happening. I mean, we've been talking about what some of this architecture looks like, right? The collaboration between allies on export controls, the critical minerals deals that are coming together today between the United States and Australia as well, and with other countries. And then, we haven't talked about semiconductor cooperation, but obviously, Rapidus is a good example of IBM in the United States working closely with partners here in Japan at the encouragement of both governments to some degree as well. And more broadly, we've had, many investments, Japanese investments in the United States and US investments in Japan, if you look at a company like Micron, as well, a major partner here. So I think there is a lot already happening, not to mention kind of more legacy industries as well. I think one thing that's crucial is to ensure that you have, you know where to go in each government to work on these issues. So I was very lucky to have counterparts in the National Security Secretariat here and in METI who had similar charges as I did at the White House, and I hope that will continue today, where there's the right point of contact, people who have a similar mission, essentially, to do this kind of work together. I know there had been some proposals to kind of write up something that looks more like a charter, or alliance document and so on. I think these issues are a bit too complex for that. Sometimes they require a lot of negotiation. The industry dynamics, as you pointed out, especially where they're competitive, have to be managed carefully as well. But I think the good news is this architecture is being built. We have to make sure that we have the right teams in each government who are empowered by leaders to do this work together.
Right. Yeah, of course. I mean, and also, adding to that, there is a, very fast pace of technological development. You can't, like what David has said, what you make of the, agreement in 2020s, or, it will be changed in a few years or even a few months' time. So I think it is not reasonable to have this sort of a, you can make a sort of a framework agreement like you had this with Malaysia and the others. But probably, when it comes to the details, you need to have the sort of a person-to-person contact, and that sort of flexibility is required for maintaining the alliance. David, can you give us your thoughts?
Sure. I think that in the closest alliances, of which the Japan-U.S. alliance is really the leading example, there are really important opportunities and needs to do this sort of cooperation at different sort of levels, right? So at the level of ideas, I think U.S. policy and allied policy broadly benefited in the first Trump term enormously from the influence of Prime Minister Abe. The concepts of the free and open Indo-Pacific and of economic security were hugely influential. And I think that it's part of what makes the meeting today, obviously, between President Trump and new Prime Minister Takaichi so important. And I think that there are opportunities at that broad level for potentially extremely valuable kind of cooperation and thinking together. One that comes to mind, for example, is that President Trump has said for some years that he is tariff man. And with respect to China, we've generally benefited enormously from the fact that he is tariff man and that he came, to the center of U.S. and world politics in ways that were represented a dramatic change from what came before with respect to tariffs. We would also benefit, though, to the extent that the president in his second term also began to serve more as an export control man and an import control man. And I think that there's an opportunity for world leaders, including Prime Minister Takaichi, to discuss the importance of those areas and on cooperating in those areas. Export controls we've addressed, import controls that we've touched on. But this is the needed measures to protect our national security and our markets from the kind of threats posed, cybersecurity threats, sabotage threats, surveillance and espionage threats, and strategic leverage threats posed by the proliferation of Chinese technology all across the connected economy. Cars and drones and data centers and port equipment and surveillance equipment and on and on. And so there's a major need for kind of a continued advance in Washington and in allied capitals of these import control authorities. And I think that's very ripe for discussion. I think that there's also, kind of models where, if certain countries have taken a lead in a certain area and demonstrated success, obviously allies should learn from each other. Japan is the unique standout on this issue in rare earths. Not having achieved quite as much as probably we do all need, but in the 15 years since Japan first faced China's rare earths export embargo, Japan significantly reduced by about half its dependence on Chinese refined rare earths, which was around 2010 at more than 95%, and is today, I gather, depending on how we count, somewhere between 50 and 60%. Japan is the only country that achieved such a reduction and really is a model. The Trump administration has been very focused on this rare earths issue, including before Beijing took its particularly escalatory move a few weeks ago. Washington and the Trump administration are taking certain really important and creative measures to pursue strategic investment and pursue other kind of aspects of industry and technology policy on this issue. That's obviously ripe for cooperation. And then also, look, China's ambition in the world, essentially, and frankly, it's more than an ambition. They've already accomplished it in many areas, and we're facing the consequences, is to be a kind of super OPEC, right? A single country, not a collection of countries, a single country with the ability to hold hostage the absolutely critical inputs of the modern economy. Pushing back on that is going to require cooperation among the largest and most important allies and markets. And the US and Japan are a major piece of that, as obviously is Europe. Finally, you mentioned that there are areas of competition and tension, and so it will remain. And aspects of export control cooperation are going to be that. We have certain competitive complexities around things like the very important work of restricting the flow of advanced semiconductor manufacturing equipment to China. Right. The US and Japan have major industry that will be affected by this, and there needs to be decisions taken on national security grounds that will have some commercial costs. But there are other areas where we also have really very strong alignment and still aren't working together in coordination quite as much as we should. Legacy semiconductors is a main illustration of that. And we share an enormous commercial and economic national security interest in not allowing China to achieve its objectives, to gain, as soon as by the end of this decade, an absolutely critical amount of the global manufacturing share for the type of foundational so-called legacy semiconductors that actually form the basis of most things in our economies, in our homes, in our medical devices, in our transport systems, et cetera. And so this kind of cooperation, especially after, by the way, we've just seen China, for the first time in the past month, in the Nexperia case involving the Netherlands taking control of this important semiconductor maker, China has for the first time restricted the export of semiconductors to the world. we really didn't need more evidence that they're willing to take hostage these important inputs, but the fact is here is more. And we should be aligning much better on legacy semiconductors between the US and Japan and other key players in those markets.
Well, thank you very much. I think it is important to mention about this overcapacity issues, particularly the legacy chips. And I really like the idea of a super OPEC. I mean, this is a typical case that China has strategically developing its indispensability in the language of the geoeconomics. I think China is trying intentionally building up the capabilities of excluding other competitors and monopolizing the capabilities, and that is creating a lot of concerns. Not just I think the legacy chips is one thing that they're trying to do, but they've already done in the solar panels or wind turbines, etc., etc. So I think we shall learn from that as well. And mentioning about the Japanese response to the rare earth mineral, yes, that's one thing that keep me busy. I mean, everyone is asking, what did Japan do? And I think there's a lot of interest in it. So we have a very limited time, but I'd just like to ask one more question about the future of United States and keeping the talents attracted to United States. I mean, the Trump administration has decided to raise the cost of getting, accessing the H-1B visa, which is the researcher's visa, to the $100,000, and which is a very high cost, and which seems to be, discouraging the talented people to come to United States and do study and do research to improve the U.S. technological capabilities. So how do you how do you see this, conflict between the idea of limiting the migrants and maintaining the U.S. tech capabilities? Tarun, can you go first?
Sure. Yeah, I'll come to that. I just want to add one point that I think, David alluded to, which is focusing as much as we can on the areas where we maintain a common interest, right? And so I think there are new frameworks that we ought to be working on in the ICTS domain, for example, in trusted AI. This kind of goes back to Ambassador Weinstein's, proposal that we think about adapting data free flow with trust to the infrastructure that's being built out now, but also to the models themselves, to make sure we trust models that are going to will be increasingly reliant on in our economies, including in our manufacturing base as well. So I hope that's something that we can talk about more. On the talent question, yes, I work now for a Frontier AI Lab, so while we do, of course, rely increasingly on our models, we still are recruiting the best talent in the world, and that's a really important part of our business model now. I think, I think it's important, though, to separate that question from some of the specific issues around certain categories of visas. I think there have been lots of controversy about whether certain categories of visas have been used by companies to the detriment of American workers, and I think that's really the complaint by the administration, and that's frankly not new to this administration. That was an issue that was discussed between labor groups and the Biden administration before, and whether companies should focus more on ensuring foreign workers can come and stay, get green cards, get citizenship as well. Presidential candidates of both parties have said we should be stapling green cards to the diplomas of people in STEM fields, for example, as well. That's obviously been a lifeblood of American innovation, and I hope it will remain so.
Right. David, do you have any comments?
Sure. Just briefly, I would say that one of the presidential candidates who has talked about stapling green cards to higher education degrees is Donald Trump, who said it, in instances including on his appearance on the All In podcast in the summer of 2024. I think that these complexities. I would add another one. It's not just immigration policy, but also federal research and science and technology funding is another area where we have really important cross currents to work through. As in immigration politics, you have major changes in popular opinion that are driving politics and need to be, kind of recognized and accounted for by political leaders. It's only natural. And likewise, on aspects of our fiscal condition, and frankly, the American public's sort of faith in the U.S. government as kind of stewards of the taxpayer dollar, these manifest in many ways, including in effects on the sort of these federal funding of science and technology. But the federal funding of science and technology is extremely important. It's actually at historic lows. The federal funding of basic research was far greater in the early Cold War and benefited American economic and national security enormously. And so finding ways to keep those healthy, even while respecting the very important kind of political currents that are often approaching these issues with skepticism, really is, as your question suggests, kind of a top-tier objective in technology policy, I think both in the US and among allies.
And just to add to that, Suzuki sentiment, and this is while China is increasing its fundamental research budget by 8 to 10% a year, having envied the US model for many, many years.
Right. Well, of course, Japan has been envy of United States for many, many years as well. So I think, this is a time that we need to think more in the technology in relation to the national security, also in the context of the international competition. But at the same time, I think this, the question of talents, I think Japanese has more opportunities than, I think we take this as it's more of an opportunity than a risk that, Japanese talents would be able to contribute to the US technology. And I think that this is also some of the incentives for the Japanese side to build up its own, the technical levels and the technical capabilities. So yeah, we can go on forever, but unfortunately the time's up. So I'd like to stop here. Please join me to give the round of applause for the two distinguished individuals, Tarun and David. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again to our panelists. We will now take a 10-minute break. Following the break, we will be splitting into two venues, Stage A and Stage B, for our next set of panel sessions. On Stage A, we will have panel session 2A on dealing with America First United States, while Stage B will host panel session 2B on strategic autonomy or strategic integration, defense capabilities and defense industrial cooperation in and across the Indo-Pacific. We will be starting those sessions at 2:10 p.m., so please enjoy the break. ただいまより10分間の休憩に入ります。休憩を挟みまして、メインステージとサブステージの2会場に分かれてパネルセッションを行います。メインステージではパネルセッション 2A、アメリカファーストの米国とどう向き合うか。サブステージではパネルセッション 2B、戦略的自立化、戦略的統合化、インド太平洋における防衛力と防衛産業協力の行方というテーマでセッションを行います。パネルセッションの再開は14時10分を予定しております。それでは皆様ご移動ください。